that you look at, and we'll see how it all turns out against a team that obviously plays well defensively, but has its warts too, and has a bit of a history too of failure. So we'll wait and see.
And Ralphie, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I think there are so many things that you would look at from the regular season that you're saying you can't do it in the playoffs. You can't, I think the last 4 games, they've given up 3 or more in a period in each of those games. You do that in the playoff game again, and especially against Boston, I think you're done. So I think it's safe to say, and I don't think too many people would argue it, that the Leafs are more talented offensively. The Bruins are much more adept at playing shutdown defensive hockey, which obviously bodes better in the playoffs. So those are going to be the 2 battles, and the Leafs can't afford defensive breakdowns or even average goaltending in this series. And I think, that's where the offense has got to make the difference and the star players to make the difference. But you can't be trading chances or giving away opportunities and expect to try to outscore the opposition 5-4 or 6-5 in a playoff game in Boston.
Okay, one more before we let you guys do your prep work. So if you go through the history lesson, there's all kinds of Boston Bruins that have really hurt the Leafs. My opinion here, and I'd like your reaction, Bonesy and Ralphie, is I think for this team to succeed in this series, it has to be everybody.
Has to be everybody on board, you mean, Jimmy?
Everybody has to participate in this. It's not going to be this guy keeps scoring. It's the whole team has to win this.
No, and they need to get some, depth scoring, and we've seen that over the last little while. And, when they had the ability to put Nyes on the 4th line, he literally ran that line and played very, very well. And again, that adds another element to the depth of this organization and depth of this team. So I agree. It's going to have to be all hands on deck, and we'll see how it all turns out.
Ralphie?
I'm going to go with that. Whether it's somebody like Bobby McMahon that comes through big, or Nick Robertson. I know we always made the comparison to Lonnie Bohannes and a guy that jumped up in one series and scored some big goals. They're probably going to need that in this series here against Boston.
Gentlemen, thanks very much. Look forward to your call in about half hour from now. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Bonesy and Ralphie reporting live from the TD Boston Garden. And so, Frankie C., I mean, it really is everybody on the Leafs that has to find a role and make a contribution here. There can be no passengers.
Well, and that's the same for every team come playoff time, Jimmy. That's not exclusive to the Maple Leafs. And as much as they have the big players that are going to have to lead the way, they are going to need to get some contributions from lower in the lineup. And one of those players who has an opportunity to contribute is going to be Calle Jarnkrok, who the Leafs have activated off of LTIR. So he's going to be in the lineup tonight. And, that's one of those players that gives you a little versatility lower in the lineup. He's going to give you someone who can penalty kill, which is something the Leafs have had an issue with this season. So hopefully you get a little bit of a boost from that. I don't know how you feel, Jimmy. I like the fact that the Leafs are starting on the road this year. I think it makes it more like we're going to Boston for a business trip, and we're going to come back with at least one of those games, and we're going to come back to Toronto, and the crowd is going to be awesome. It's going to be roaring, and we're going to pick up our momentum in games 3 and 4 in front of our own fans.
Well, the one way I would describe this version of the Leafs is anytime they were in a corner, they drove right out of it. But that didn't stop them from visiting the corner. So I don't even know if they win game 1 tonight, but that would not diminish my optimism for the series. I think somehow they find a way. I don't know how they do it, but I'm confident they have enough parts there and different looks that they can do it. So that's sort of where I am on that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you mentioned, what if they lose game 1? I feel like this group is less fragile than they have been in the past. And they always talk about the lessons that they've learned. Like, now's the time to really apply those types of things. Like, if you're not going to be less fragile now, it's never going to happen for you. That's the reality of where this group is at and what they've been through. So this would be one of those years where they're probably better suited to handle the ups and downs and the momentum swings. And, that's something Boston knows really well. Like, regardless of who has played for the Bruins, whether it is the Bergeron, Krejci, go back to the Chara, Nathan Horton, those kinds of players like that era, they've been so good at handling the ups and downs in every single series. And when push came to shove, more often than not, they could win that big game. Listen, you're not going to win them all, but they won a lot of those big games. Whereas in Toronto, they've found ways to lose the big games. And, it's going to come down to, It's going to come down to, can you get an extra save? It's going to come down to, can you block that shot when maybe it's going to hurt? There's a lot of these types of little things that'll happen, and it's up to the Leafs to put themselves on the line there and see if they can persevere to those situations. But they're better suited than they have been, and I think that comes with the mindset that the players that have been here have kind of learned, and the players that they've surrounded that group with, and I'm talking Bertuzzi and Domi and a guy like Joel Edmondson, who won a Stanley Cup in Boston playing for the St. Louis Blues. He talked about it this morning, how this building brings back a lot of good memories for him. But it's all those kinds of things, Jimmy, combined that leads to this group maybe being a little less fragile when it comes to those ups and downs.
One other playoff game going on right now. Carolina's a 3-1 lead over the Islanders with about a minute to go. Just scored an empty netter, so that one seems to be following a track, although it was tight. It was tied at 1 for a long time. So let me sort of throw a scenario at you, which a year ago would have been devastating, not so devastating this year. Let's say that, just for argument's sake, hypothetically, the Leafs lose game 1 and you're not happy with Sammy. In game 2, they could go with Wall, or they could even return to Sammy, and it wouldn't bother me if they returned to Sammy because of what he's been through this year. A year ago would have been catastrophic.
I would be of the same thinking, where Samsonov is probably going to get a 1-game mulligan, but he's going to have to prove it in the next game. And if he doesn't do it then you're probably going to have to go to Joseph Wall. I don't imagine that Martin Jones is in the mix. He just hasn't played enough hockey. It's going to be Samsonov or Wall, and it's probably going to end up being a mix of the two. I would be surprised if we went through this whole series and we didn't see Joseph Wall at all. It's just, I don't know, like all the teams that have won have had to use multiple goaltenders. Vegas did it last year. Colorado did it the year before. Of course, Tampa Bay didn't have to do it, but keep going back. The Pittsburgh Penguins had to do it. There's been a lot of the Washington Capitals had to use 2 goaltenders. Grubauer started and Braden Holtby picked it up after that. I don't know. That's the NHL that we live in, unless you have a goaltender named Andrei Vasilevsky. So both those goalies are going to have to play a part in this, and they're both going to have to give their team a chance to win. And like I said earlier, just make the saves that you're supposed to make. No one's really asking for anything more than that. And isn't that great, Jimmy? Isn't that great to have the bar just set at that? That putting you in a position to succeed as a goaltender.
Yeah, I just think they're built to for the long run here. I think that in this series, if it was to go 7 games, we'd be talking about the 15 forwards they used and the 9 defensemen in both goalies. I think that's what it will take.
Yeah, and you know what? So we'll get into the starting lineup at some point here, but judging by the lines this morning, it doesn't seem like TJ Brodie's going to play tonight. They could go out onto the ice for warm-up, and that could change. But, you talk about maybe needing 9 defensemen. TJ Brodie, just because he doesn't play tonight, doesn't mean he's not going to be playing at some point in this series. So, everyone who's on the roster fits a purpose for this team, is going to have to be ready to play at some point, because if you do, there's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, whether you're playing 12 minutes or 20 minutes. Those minutes are going to be very important, because something can happen while you're on the ice that can change the outlook and the complexion of the game, and can change the outlook and complexion of a series. So, everyone has to bear that responsibility, whether you're the 13th or 14th forward or the 2nd or 3rd defenseman.
Okay, 2 things that we'll definitely talk about on the other side of the commercial break. Nylander not on the ice for the warm-up, and Swayman led the Bruins out, so he's expected to start. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on Sirius XM as Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets try to fend off challengers to their crown.
Back over to Jokic in a deep 3. Yes!
Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA Finals.
Lead for Tatum, flies in for the 2-hand slam.
Listen to home and away broadcasts of every game on the all-new Sirius XM app. And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with the chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with the chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado with you. Carolina has defeated the Islanders 3-1 as a 1-0 series lead. And the Leafs in Boston is the only other game on opening night for the NHL playoffs, so it gets the full spotlight. Frankie C., so Nylander is not in the lineup. And really, if you went back to last week, you take out Nylander and McMahon, you move Nyes up, Robertson stays in, and Yarncroke goes on the right side of the third line. With those two guys out, more specifically Nylander, how does that hurt the Leafs?
Well, it hurts them in a big way. That's a highly skilled player who, despite the last little while, has had a really big season for them. And in a series like this, it's nice to know that you have someone who, in a single individual effort, can kind of change the way the game is going, like tilt the ice in your favor, where he can grab a quick goal off the rush, or he can play, kind of get a shift going in the offensive zone for you when you haven't had one. Now you're not going to have that player. And Bobby McMahon is a different kind of player, but he was someone I was really excited to see what he could do in the playoffs, because you and I have been talking about it all season long when it comes to McMahon, like, the bigger presence, the fact that he's able to really lean on guys, and the fact that he's added so much offense to his game this year, that was going to give you a matchup lower in the lineup where you really liked your chances and thought you could, come out ahead. Now you don't have that guy, but at the same time, Nick Robertson has had a really good season this year, and Sheldon Keefe was talking about it this morning. He kind of said, he's really kind of put it together here offensively, and so what you lose in Nylander, you hope that maybe that opens up a little space for Robertson to use that shot and maybe grab a couple goals that can really help you in a series. And having Calle Yarncroke in the lineup will help the team defensively, regardless of the fact that he has missed some time. So there's still some pieces that you like here on Toronto, even though you don't have Nylander in the lineup, but it goes without saying, and it's quite obvious, they are a much better team with Nylander in the lineup, and they will miss him tonight.
Absolutely. With those two guys out, it sort of levels the playing field. I think with McMahon and Nylander in, the Leafs forward, the 12 forwards the Leafs would be better than the Boston Bruins forward unit.
They absolutely would, and the question then becomes, how overwhelming is that 12-man unit for the 6-player defense unit for the Boston Bruins? Because, if you look at the way the Bruins are going to line things up, they're going to put Lindholm and McAvoy together. They're going to put Grzelcyk and Carlo together. They are really going to load up their top 4. So does that leave them susceptible to when that third D pair is on the ice, matched with, a forward group that maybe doesn't have the jam to play with the skilled players for Toronto, but now without Nylander in the lineup, we're going to see is that really a thing? And, the third pair for the Bruins is going to be Shattenkirk and Andrew Peeke. So, good players, not exactly great players, but Boston is really going to lean on their top 4D and give them a lot of minutes. And, they'll have a big job ahead of them because they're going to have, Matthews on one line, Marner on another line. And I think that's how they look at it, saying we want to make sure we have one of those D pairs on for each of those lines when they hop over the boards.
In the blue line, they're getting its specific pairings. We'll do that later on. It's bulky. Labushkin, Benoit, McCabe, Edmondson, they all have physical edge to them. Gio and Brody not dressed, and Timmins you wouldn't expect to be dressed. But I kind of like this blue line. Don't know if it'll be effective or not, but it's got grit.
I like the blue line as well. And yes, you're right. It's got grit. That's what's different. And that's what Brad Treliving really wanted to address with this blue line, when it came to the trade deadline. But I do like the fact that Timothy Liljegren is in the lineup because as much as you need to have grit, you need to have players that can move the puck. And Liljegren at his best can help get the puck out of his own zone. And that's going to be important because, if you want to break up a cycle, for sure. But you also need to make sure that you're not spending that much time in your own zone because the more time you spend in there, the more tired you are. You can weather that storm, but the next storm is coming. And guess what? When the next storm comes, you're a little bit tired from the one before, and it starts to wear you down. Like a playoff series, everything that happens, whether it's a hit, whether it's a little bit of a rub-out, whether it's a scrum, it's all about an investment in the long run in trying to wear down your opposition. And it's going to be important for Toronto just as much as it's important to play physical and be strong in front of the net to make sure that they're not spending a lot of time in their own zone. And a lot of that starts with breaking the puck out clean. And that's something that Timothy Liljegren can do well when he's playing at his best.
Yeah, he has to be in it for me. And if Labushkin falters, you can always move him up and Labushkin back down.
Yeah, of course you can. And we always go through this during the regular season where we see a lineup for game one of the regular season and 2 weeks later it's completely different. The playoffs is the same. Like you think you have the right lineup, you think you have the right recipe for game one, and sure enough, it's going to change soon. And chances are, if it doesn't change, there's one of two things happening. You're either playing really well and you don't want to mess with the chemistry of the group, or you're a coach who's neglected to make changes based on what the other team is doing. And in that situation, you're probably losing that series. So there's a good chance that we're going to see changes to the lineup. And you also have to remember that these games, they're going to be playing every other night. They're more intense. They're more physical. There's a good chance guys are going to be bruised and banged up early on into the series. And that's the reality for every team, not just Toronto. And that's going to lead to some of the lineup changes that we see moving forward.
Okay, a lot of media earlier today in terms of players speaking. This is Morgan Riley on the feeling around his group.
We're excited. Obviously, this is what you play for all year long, to make it to this point. So I feel like we've done our preparations. I think, everybody's feeling good. So we're excited to get playing.
What's the key against Pasternak and that line, kind of containing him?
Yeah, obviously, with him, he's extremely skilled and, a great goal scorer. So just got to be aware of him. It's like anyone. You just try to take away time and space. But they got good depth. It's not just him. So, you got to be aware who you're out there against. And, again, we've gone through our preparation. We know our structure, so now it's about executing.
How much, if at all, does the disappointments of the past sort of motivate the future here?
It's a mix. I think, at this point, you try not to think about it. It's a new year. This is a new series. It's a new team. So you prepare the best you can. You get ready to go and you go out and play. You don't spend too much time worrying about the past or what's happened in years before.
I'm more referencing how bad you guys always feel, right? Just you don't want to feel that again. You want to get the elation.
That would be correct, yeah.
What's the biggest challenge with their penalty kill, Morgan, when you guys are on the power play? What do you have to do to break them down?
They got good specialty teams, both on the power play and the penalty kill. So, again, we've gone through our preparation, so I think we know what is in store for us, and it's about executing. So for our power play, we're going to look to move the puck. We're going to look to have clean entries, and then just take it from there.
Morgan, the Boston always is still dining out on its big bad Bruins reputation. Is this the most physical team that you've gone into playoffs with, or snottiest, as your GM would put it?
In terms of our team?
Yeah.
I think it's probably up there. I think our group's confident in the people in our room. I think we're very competitive. I think I think we have guys who like to play physical, but that being said, it's about execution. So as a group, we want to go out there and play hard and execute and do whatever it takes.
Morgan, based on your experience, how much different is the hockey that we see tonight that you played 3 or 4 years ago? How does it change?
It just gets ramped up. I think I think it's hard to explain. But everything's on the line, and you play all year to get to this point, so the expectation is that the intensity is going to ramp up. It becomes more competitive. There's more at stake, so I think that's the root of it. And then individuals have the ability to kind of up their game, and so that's what our group's going to look to do tonight.
That is Morgan Riley getting set for the playoffs. I was just looking at the stat. Nylander out tonight with an undisclosed injury. First game missed due to injury since November 27th, 2016. Missed some time with a contract problem, but boy, this is going to be an odd look, isn't it?
It is going to be an odd look. And Jimmy, it's funny listening to Morgan Riley talk about the playoffs and field those questions. You can only talk about so much as a player. Like even in the meetings, you can only talk about the other team so much. A lot of it really is just going to come down to how well do the Toronto Maple Leafs execute? How badly do they want to win? Are they going to lay it on the line? Like, really, that's what's going to make or break the series. Because if you do all those things, what the other team is going to do, what the other team is going to throw at you, it's not going to matter as much because you're the ones who are dictating the series. You're the ones who are in the driver's seat, and you're not always going to be in the driver's seat over the course of a 7-game series, especially when it's as tightly contested as this one is going to be between Toronto and Boston. But the more you can get back into that driver's seat, the more that you could be the ones that dictate how fast the game is going to be played, how physical the game is going to be played, how slow if you want to slow it down to your own pace. If you're the ones who are dictating those types of things, chances are what the other team is throwing at you is not going to matter as much, but what you do is really going to make all the difference over the course of a 7-game series.
So, Frankie C., back to the history lesson in this respect. I think if we went back over some of those other series against Boston, their third and fourth lines were superior. I don't see that in this matchup this year.
So you don't think the Boston third or fourth lines are superior to Toronto's this year?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, take a look at Boston's fourth line. They've actually healthy scratched James Van Riemsdyk in order to play Patrick Maroon. And, there's probably a little something behind that. Patrick Maroon is, probably the type of player that the Leafs would get distracted by in the past in a 7-game series, although they beat Patrick Maroon in the Tampa Bay Lightning last season in the first round. But, that's one of those things where you kind of construct your lineup based on who you're going to be playing, and Boston's done that. For me, Boston's third and fourth lines, it's a little more understated. There's probably not as much name value as there has been, but they're going to be tough to play against. That Trent Frederick is a really tough player to play against. He's going to be, in the faces of the best players for Toronto every single chance he gets. That Morgan Geekie has had a really good year after not being qualified by Seattle last year. He's found a really nice fit in Boston. I think as much as you look at that on paper, Jimmy, I hate to say it, but if you have that kind of mindset going into the series, you're going to lose that series. You have to be aware that, any of those guys can have an impact and be a player that can be an unsung hero and ultimately be part of your demise and the other team's solution.
I agree with that. I'm just going back to other matchups, between these two teams. And clearly the Boston third line was better than the Leafs because the Leafs center was getting suspended and the fourth line was better for other reasons.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth, though, when the Leafs centerman is getting suspended? Because, we talked about it about an hour ago, this Leafs team compared to the ones in 18 and 19 and 13. Yeah, when you have your third line center who's a really good player, but he's not available to you because he's been suspended, your team has a different look. I will say, though, before we go to break, do you feel like this year's team can withstand injuries more than the other teams have in the past? We're not going to have McMahon. They're not going to have Nylander. But I don't feel the same kind of panic that I normally would feel if that were the case maybe last year or the year before.
I agree with that. In fact, when you're talking about these highly skilled players, it seemed that they had to have certain people play with them. Otherwise, it wasn't going to work out. And this year, it's been proven that you can mix and match with literally anybody, and it finds its way. So that would be a sort of a describing a narrative as to what the difference is between then and now. We'll see if that means anything tonight. We're going to step out and set up the opening face-off for you next. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I just helped Tom with a business loan. He needed to soup up his mechanic shop. Not to brag, but I once modified a car to match my ultra speed. It went so fast, it broke the speed of sound. At least no one was inside. I hope no one was inside. I guess I'll just stick to approving business loans.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Just for license 12616.
Got any plans for the summer?
Summer? It's barely spring.
I know, but you don't want to miss out on your spot in the sun. I was searching for weeks before I found my deal with Sell-Off Vacations.
Oh no, the FOMO's starting to kick in already?
Oh yeah, and with packages to Cuba, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic at up to 50% off, you know they're going to go fast.
You're right. I'm going to block out the next hour or so for a business meeting.
Don't wait. Book with your local travel expert or at
selloutvacations.com. Spring is Nissan's time to shine. Pathfinder brings intelligent 4x4 to spark your adventurous spirit, along with 7 drive and terrain modes to give your imagination a great workout of its own. During Nissan's Spring Into Savings event, lease the 2024 Pathfinder for $498 monthly. Offer includes a 1% rate reduction. S for $2,999 down at 3.99% for 24 months. Conditions apply.
Commander?
Yes, Captain.
How did their spaceship escape?
They have fiber, Captain. It's faster than cable.
Faster, huh?
Indeed, Captain. Plus, they have the fastest Wi-Fi in the galaxy.
What else have they got?
Well, it's also the most reliable technology, Captain.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, indeed.
Get Bell Pure Fiber, Canada's fastest internet and Wi-Fi, starting from $60 a month. Visit bell.ca/purefiber internet for more details and to check availability. Bell. Internet just got better.
Adios to the regular season. The playoffs are here. Clean slate, unless the history lesson gets in the way. 2013, 18, 19, all 7-game losses to the Bruins. Thanks, Guy. The Leafs and Bruins have battled in 16 series. They stand at 8 wins apiece all time. Even though the Leafs Stanley Cup drought is massive, they've won 13 Cups and the Bruins 6. And the Leafs have not defeated the Bruins in a playoff series since 1959, and on it goes. Stats to plug into any narrative. But the real question is, what happens next? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
They certainly do. Welcome to Molson Canadian Leafs hockey. Jim Taddy, Frankie Corrado with you. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Rouse standing by at the TD Boston Garden. The starting lineup is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Matthews centering Domi and Bertuzzi, Tavares centering Marner and Nyes, Holmberg centering Yarncroke and Robertson, Cam centering Reeves and Dewar. The defensive pairings are Riley, Labushkin, Benoit, McCabe, Edmondson, Liljegren, Samsonov starts in goal, Nylander out, McMahon out, and on we go. So, Frankie C., what do you make of all that?
A great opportunity on the road for the Toronto Maple Leafs to start this series, Jimmy, on a business trip. And one of the lines that has had a really business-like approach recently has been the first line with Matthews, Domi, and Bertuzzi. They've been playing well for a long time now, and that gives Sheldon Keefe an opportunity to slide Mitch Marner down on the second line with Tavares and Nyes and see if he can get a little more pop at 5-on-5 out of that trio. Now, going down lower into the lineup, Nick Robertson has been a great story. His shot has been on full display, and yes, William Nylander is not going to be playing on that line, but welcome back to Kalle Yarncroke, who adds another piece to the penalty kill that needs to be better, a good defensive player, and hopefully Nick Robertson can find a way to get that shot off. The fourth line, Jimmy, just don't get scored on. Go out there, create a little bit of energy, get a little bit of a buzz going for your bench, and see if you can roll things over for the top line to come back on the ice and do their thing. When you take a look at the blue line, Jimmy, What is different this year compared to years past? Don't answer. I'll tell you. They're bigger. They're meaner. They're more physical. Someone like Joel Edmondson should play a big part in this series. Same with Simon Benoit, and Lyubushkin playing on the top pair with Morgan Rielly is going to be a facilitator for Morgan Rielly to get up in the play offensively. No TJ Brody tonight. Timothy Liljegren plays. And for me, you need to have guys that can move the puck. TJ Brody has struggled playing on the right side more often than not this season. Liljegren gets first crack at it. Brody may be back in, depending on how Liljegren plays, but he'll have an opportunity to show that he can be sound defensively and still move the puck and bring something to the table that the Leafs blue line needs. Now, what is the most important thing out of it all, Jimmy? How does Ilya Samsonov play against Jeremy Swayman? The Boston Bruins, one of the best goaltending duos in the NHL from start to finish all season long. Ilya Samsonov, it's been a crazy year for him. Cleared waivers, down to the minors, came back, played really well. His game has slipped recently. How does he find his game for game one of the playoffs going up against a really good goaltender in Jeremy Swayman? We'll see what it all means together, but this is game one, and the Leafs have a real good opportunity here to grab one in Boston.
Here's Coach Keefe on what the Leafs need to do to have success against the Boston Bruins.
Got to work for it. Got to stay with it. Got to stay patient. Yeah, that's just it. It's just work. I mean, it's whether it's this team or any other. It's the time of year. You know, that's just what's required. So it's a big emphasis, of course. And I think we've done a good job of getting to the inside. We've scored lots of goals from that space all season long. It's one of the teams that makes it the hardest, and the time of the year itself makes it real difficult. But certainly that's the goal, or for both teams, trying to get to each other's net.
Sheldon, what do you remember about Nick Robertson's first playoff experience in that bubble, and how that might have been for him, and how different it is now? I remember he scored us a goal. That you remember, and that's what Nick does. He doesn't need many scoring opportunities, and just like we've come to know now, he works and gives you everything that he has. So I talked to Nick a few weeks ago, just about not focusing too much on whether he's in or out or where he's playing or who he's playing with, but just keep focusing on growing his game. He's had a terrific season. He's taken a significant step in his own development and in his own career, and done a good job for us. So whenever his name is called, be ready. And that's exactly what he's done for us. So I'm really proud of Nick and how he's handled himself throughout the season.
How would you describe your own emotions waking up the morning of game one? And are they any different this year than, say, your first time coaching in the NHL playoffs?
Well, I was in a bubble with no fans, and first time around, the second time around, still no fans. So it's been, we've grown a lot since then. And these are the real playoffs. Obviously, you certainly get excited about these types of things. It's the most exciting time of the year. As I said yesterday, as a coach, when you're going through it and you're prepping, as much as you are, you can kind of bog down in the work a little bit, but you get excited here today when you come. It's game day and you get back into your regular routine. The prep is done, and it's about competing and enjoying the moment and the opportunity.
Yeah, here we go. So, Frankie C., I think we know what Boston's going to do. They're going to hover around. They're going to wait for a turnover and pounce on it. How are the Leafs going to play Boston? What are they going to try to do to the Bruins?
They have to play a more patient game that they have played against them in the past. And it's easy to get lost in the game. It's easy to lose track of how much time is left in the period. What's the score? For Toronto, when they lose track of those types of things and they don't manage the game, chances are that's when they open themselves up to a mistake. And one of the things Sheldon Keefe just talked about there is getting the puck to the middle of the ice. And he said the Boston Bruins, as much as any team in the NHL, they make it difficult for you to get the puck to the middle of the ice. Where Toronto has had issues with Boston in the past is when they force feed it from the wall to the middle of the ice, and you're not supposed to in that situation. That's where Boston really feasts on them. That's where Boston gets their transition game going, and that's where Toronto has a hard time grabbing the momentum back. So as much as that's the game plan, And that's something that's very important for them to do. If they want to force feed pucks into the middle of the ice when they're not supposed to and not be patient, that's going to feed into the Bruins kind of game plan and what they want to do. And you know what happens then? Now David Pastrnak is attacking off the rush. Now a guy like Jake DeBrusk, who's really good off the rush, he's going to have more opportunities. And now you're playing in your own zone instead of playing in the offensive zone and killing the clock and making that investment against the other team's D happen. So it's really important for Toronto to understand that, yes, you want to play into the middle of the ice, but you have to be patient when you deliver that puck to the middle of the ice and do so when the time calls for it.
Okay, let's talk about home ice. Obviously, Boston has last line change. What do you think they're going to manipulate that into?
Well, they're going to try and get Lindholm and McAvoy on the ice against Matthews all night long. And then I would imagine they're probably going to go with Charlie Coyle against the Matthews line and leave Pavel Zacha for the Tavares line. I could be wrong, but that's how I would do things. And we spoke to Joe Haggerty about an hour ago, and he basically said that Charlie Coyle has been the one to pick up the slack for what Patrice Bergeron had left behind. So with that being the case, I see that being the matchup that Boston wants to go with. And if you're Toronto, that kind of is what it is. You're going to have that matchup whether you like it or not. Now, what I want to know is, do you get Brad Marchand on the ice with Mitch Marner as much as possible? Or do you get Brad Marchand on the ice against Austin Matthews as much as possible, Jimmy?
Yeah, that's going to be something to track. Since you brought that up, I'm really looking forward to see what the Matthews-Domi-Bertuzzi line will do tonight.
I am as well. And you know what? You go into a playoff series, and I've seen this done many times where, if you can't see it for yourself, the coach will point this out for you. There's generally a list in the dressing room where it'll have your name next to a member of the opposing team's name, and you have to be better than that guy. And if you're better than that guy and your teammate is better than the guy who he has next to him, and go on down that list, if those guys are better than the other team's equivalent of what you are, chances are you're going to win that series. So take a look at the Leafs. It's Matthews, Zacha. Who do you think needs to be better? Who's going to be better? Tavares, Coyle, Marner, Pastrnak, Domi, DeBrusk, Bertuzzi, Heinen, Matthews is you're going to win that series. So take a look at the Leafs. That's going to be so important that those don't cancel each other out. That's one of the narratives I hate about the playoffs, when people say, well, the top six generally cancels each other out. No, it doesn't. The team that has the top six that really gets the best of the opponent's top six, they're the ones who have the success. And that's why the Conn Smythe goes to a player in the top six every year, and it doesn't go to a third liner or a fourth liner. Because if your top six, if your big boys really lead the charge and they find a way to get a distinct competitive advantage over who you're playing, that's a real game changer. And of course, you're going to need some contributions from lower in the lineup. That's just your little seasoning on top, Jimmy. But Matthews, Marner, Tavares, and that first line with Bertuzzi and Domi, those players are going to have to be way better than Heinen, Zacha, Pastrnak, Coyle, DeBrusk, and Brad Marchand for the Leafs to win the series.
Okay, I need a 15-second answer. The Leafs will win if?
The Leafs will win if their top six is better than Boston's top six, and if Ilya Samsonov just makes the saves that he needs to make and doesn't let in ones that are going to be deflating and lose you the momentum as the series goes on. Because Boston's goaltending, you can count on it. It's going to be very good.
The opening faceoff is next. Joe Bone and Jimmy Ralph will take us away. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
The future stars of fantasy football will be on display at the NFL Draft.
With the first pick.
And Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you get ready for your rookie drafts, dynasty leagues, and season-long drafts.
It's the best draft class we'll have seen in our lifetime. This is what we play for, off-season dynasty leaguers. It is just the most exciting time.
Join Alex Dunlap and Cody Carpentier for the Fantasy Sports Radio NFL Draft Preview Show right now on the Sirius XM app. Just search Fantasy Drafts.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL.
These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team, don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Hockey 24/7 on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team, don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2.
Hey, Insiders. TSI Mike here. Thank you all for being here and creating this amazing community that we have here for Toronto sports. All of you are insiders. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I made a decision today that we have been talking about here on the channel. We were going to donate 50% of the revenue from the channel to Sick Kids Hospital. I changed my mind today. We're going all in, 100%. Every single penny that we make from today, game 1, all the way through the elimination of the Leafs in the playoffs, or when we lift the Stanley Cup and take it all home for the first time since 1967. Ladies and gentlemen, this is up to us. It depends on all of us. Chat it up, let your friends know. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, and let's make a difference in our community. I'm alive today because of the great things that Sick Kids have done, and I'm lucky enough to have a platform and all of you amazing people here in the chat cheering on our buds for the playoffs. Go Leafs, go. Let's get pumped up. Let's get that fire in the chat, and we'll talk to you guys real soon. Back to the action. Go Leafs, go. Let's change the world, one insider at a time.
It's his 3 times in the last 10 years or so. 3 series, it all went 7 games, and all went to the Boston Bruins.
Leafs to the right, and the Bruins to the left. The big lineup situation. No Willie Nylander. We're ready to go. Well, the pushing and shoving has started already. Domi and Marchand slashing at one another. The officials saying, nay, nay, boys. Nay, nay, we can't have any of this. We're getting set for the opening face-off.
This is going to take forever, this series.
Yep. Puck is dropped. We're underway, and glad you're along with us as it goes down into the Leaf zone. Edmondson to Domi. He'll step up at center and launch a high bounce into the left wing corner. Bertuzzi with a big hit to start this series off. And the Bruins get the puck to the blue line, but don't get it out. Here's Bertuzzi down the left wing. Couldn't catch up to a loose puck. And it's cleared to center ice and out and down the ice. And a race that'll be run by Liljegren to produce the first icing. Well, it's kind of interesting to see how we would start off with a little animosity, as we'd say, even before the puck's dropped.
Well, Max Domi, even in the interviews before the playoffs had started, it was very abrupt. I don't want to talk about this. It's about the playoffs. The next game, we're ready. We're ready. It was nothing to do about the great regular season or anything else. We've got bigger things to worry about.
Draw to the right. Tavares wins it. Marner works into the near boards. Plays it into the side of the net, rolled in front of the net, and Swayman makes his first save of the game as it's cleared by Boston down into Toronto territory. And a quick change after the icing for the Bruins. Brought on by Lyubushkin, banked in over the line. Trying to get to it is Grzelcyk. It comes in front of the net. A swiping shot by Knies was stopped there by Swayman. Puck in the far boards as Marner got a piece of his man. Now Marner steals the puck, tried to get it back into Tavares. He was right in front of the net, but it was knocked away. Good start by the Leafs. Big hit on Pasternak there by Knies. Bruins get it out at center. They'll get it in over the line on the right side for McAvoy. McAvoy with a shot from Pasternak, and it went just wide. Brought on now by Holmquist to center. He brings it in over the line. Holmberg in onto the slot, getting it back to the point. A hit there as the pass comes down into the corner. Leafs with it into the slot, and a shot from the blue line whistled over the net. Pontus Holmberg back of the net. Holmberg with a pass in front of the goal. It comes back to the point. A shot, rebound. Two great saves made by Swayman, and it's played out into the center ice area. Leafs have started quickly. McCabe getting the puck down into the Toronto, back in the Toronto zone. Passed off the boards. It'll come to center ice. Shattenkirk trying to shoot it back in, and he has. Both teams changing. Around on the left wing boards, Benoit played it ahead for Reeves. Off his stick, the linesman says. No icing. Back into the zone, and Reeves in with a good hit, and the Leafs have started with a lot of physicality here. Played off the boards to Reeves on the right wing side. Reeves flipping it to the left wing side, and now here's Dewar just dumping it into Boston territory. David Camp into the forecheck. Puck comes along the boards. Edmondson is trapped. 2-on-1 break for Boston. It is in over the line with a pass into the slot. They score! John Beecher beats Samsonov, and the Bruins gain a 1-0 lead.
It's what we talked about. The Leafs cannot serve up free chances and odd man rushes. They've got the momentum, but get caught on a pinch. And this is not Marchand Pasternak. This is Boquist Beecher that beat the Leafs on a 2-on-1 and have the Bruins up 1-0. And as much as you loved of about the first 4 shots on goal for the Leafs and the physicality, the thing that has haunted them all season reared its ugly head here 2.5 minutes into this series.
Beecher had 7 goals in the regular year. The puck comes to center and goes off Bertuzzi to the left wing side, and it'll be played up on the wing then by Lyubushkin. A left wing feed for Bertuzzi. It's a delayed offside that is going to be whistled down as the Leaf player touches the puck.
This is the 4th line for the Bruins that do the damage. We talk about secondary scoring, but Joe, the bottom line is you give up a 2-on-1 from the Boston blue line. And we've seen it with so much regularity, especially the last 4 or 5 games of the regular season. The Leafs come into this playoff on a losing streak. In fact, have lost back-to-back regulation road games, Tampa and Florida, for the first time all year.
Patrick Maroon, who played just 2 games since being brought on to the Boston Bruins, gains the additional assist.
His first point as a Bruin.
Yep. Played into the center ice area. Bruins regain possession. Coyle in on the right side. Coyle backpedals towards the blue line. Now a pass into the corner was deflected by McCabe, who steps into Coyle and gets the puck ahead now for Bertuzzi, who's going to launch it out at center ice. Marchand gave the puck away, and Domi will play it back into his own zone. Leafs trying to stretch things out, and it is Edmondson back in his own territory. Up ahead for Liljegren, a bank pass will find Marner. Marner, a rink-wide feed, was blocked. It comes to the near side, and Pasternak will shoot it deep into the Toronto end. Liljegren chipping it along. Good play by Marner to free it up, and brought out at center ice with authority, and in over the line by Tavares. Down into the corner, Knies after it on the left wing, gets a hit in. Puck along the boards, Pasternak chipping it out at center, and that was a dangerous pinch that the Leafs almost got caught on another 2-on-1. Back into the Boston zone it goes. 1-0 Bruins early here. The goal coming at 2:26. Right wing side for Geekie to get it into the Toronto zone. Played back of the net and around on the wall then by Lyubushkin. Another shot goes wide of the net. The Bruins have now just their second shot on goal, and it is taken on the chest and some shoving in front of the net with Trent Frederick and Lyubushkin as Samsonov makes the save, and now another pushing situation going on in front of the net that is finally separated. And a face-off coming in the Toronto zone. A good start, good atmosphere at the Toronto Dominion Garden as the Leafs trail 1-0.
I mean, on that last play, Ilya Lyubushkin circles the Leaf net, full control of the puck, and it ends up on a Bruins stick as he tries to just ring it around the boards. And the Bruins sealed it off. Boston this year, by the way, when scoring first, 35-5-9 on the season. And obviously with their goals against and defensive play, a lead has often stood up as it did. The Leafs know that.
Face off in the circle to the left in the Leaf zone. Played to the boards. The Leafs are able to chip it ahead. Dewar gets it on the glass and gets it out at center ice. Then Yarncrook, who was tripped up. Calle Yarncrook back into the lineup for the Maple Leafs after getting by on a hand injury as the Leafs bring it out at center ice with McCabe. Got it up on the wing on the far side, but blocked and set back in. Land poked to the side of the Leaf goal and around back of the net. Benoit ties up his man. McCabe after it in the far corner. Looks to make a pass. Finds Camp. He can't get it out, but the puck will come free, and the Maple Leafs will get it out at center ice as Dewar just did get it over the blue line. Right back comes Boston. Coyle in on the right side. Taken to the boards, forced up on the wall, and knocked out at center ice. And the Bruins go back to organize. Shattenkirk sends it around the boards in on the near side. Coyle after it there. Taken down, and a penalty coming to Toronto on a hook by Simon Benoit. The referees are JT Luxmore and Gord Dwyer. James Tobias and Matt McPherson are the linesmen.
Minor. Hooking.
So Benoit to the box.
It's one of those where, well, Charlie Coyle just beat him to the puck, but as they collided on the boards, Coyle went down and Benoit gets thrown to the box, and the Bruins have a great chance.
Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks.
Boston power play just 3 for 32 in their last 12 regular season games. But we should probably keep the Leaf penalty kill stats out of it.
Here's a loose puck that comes back to the point. Shot just wide of the Leaf goal. Off on the wing, Pasternak. Back to the blue line. Shattenkirk to Pasternak again. Pasternak holds, gets a shot away, and Samsonov is there to cover up on it. McCabe gets in a couple of shots at the side of the net. Patrick Maroon on the top power play unit here for Boston.
So maybe rub a little salt into the wound. I think his job is pretty simple, and that'll be go right to Ilya Samsonov and take the eyes away.
Draw one. Maroon gets it back to the blue line. Long shot in traffic, blocked and cleared to the far boards. Grabbed off by the Maple Leafs, tipped over on the near wing, and it'll be easily sent out and down the ice by Edmondson. Bruins back. Power play is a minute 25 to go here in the first period. A 1-0 Bruin lead. Brought on by Pasternak. Got it up on the left wing for Zacha. Zacha sends it down in around back of the Leaf goal. Swung around the boards and out and down the ice it goes. Bruins go back to reorganize. And by the time they get to center, there'll be a minute left in the power play. The drop pass goes to Coyle. Coyle got it up on the left wing. Fed in over the line. A trip there and no call, and the Leafs dodged a bullet there. In along the boards around to the far side. Yarncrook getting to the puck, and Calle Yarncrook gets it out and down the ice. That trip was probably worse than the one that was penalized. McAvoy dropping for Coyle. Up on the right side and brought in over the line by Morgan Geekie. Back to the point it comes. McAvoy to the left wing side and a shot blocked. Rebound controlled. Looking for Marchand into the corner. Comes back to Coyle. Into Marchand on the right wing side. A pass in front. They hit the goal post. That rattled so hard off the post it came all the way out at center ice. Leafs dodge a big bullet with 12 seconds left in the power play. McAvoy settling things down. The unit changing for Boston, and they'll eat up the remaining time. Getting out of the penalty box now is Benoit. Played down into the corner and around the boards then by the Leafs. Riley, and the push comes ahead. David Camp to Morgan Riley. Riley in on the left wing. Can't do much more than just get it into the zone. Bodied there as he got it back of the net. Upended there by the Bruins was the Leaf going to the front of the net. That was Matthews. And a shot knocked into the corner, and Bertuzzi after it. Can't get to it. Bruins are going to get it out into neutral ice and play it off on the right wing side for Brandon Carlo. A long shot blockered away nicely by Samsonov. Bertuzzi circles back in his own zone. Got it back of the net and around on the boards to the near side. Bertuzzi drops it off there looking for Matthews, and Matthews playing it around back of the net will get it freed up for Simon Benoit. Up ahead for Bertuzzi. Sudbury native knocks it in over the line, but then had it quickly knocked right back out again by Boston. Bruins in over the line with Pasternak. He's taken off the puck, and Marner is there to safely get it back of the goal. 1-0 Boston with 11:35 to play first period, and glad you're along with us live here from the TD Garden in Boston as goaltender Swayman is going to cover up on a rolling puck. The Bruins won, the Leafs no score, and you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050, or are you? No, they're not going to a commercial break. I'm sorry. Well, they're supposed to.
I think the light is on in the penalty box, isn't it?
Seemed to be, yeah. Looked like the guys were ready to burst out from the Zamboni entrance here, but I guess not.
Well, only one shot on goal for the Bruins, official shot on goal in the power play, and one that was even closer. Off the goal post, beat Ilya Samsonov glove side on a one-timer from between the hash marks.
Tavares taking the draw. Pasternak was waved out. Face off to the right of Swayman. And the draw won by the Leafs as it comes back to the blue line, kept in. Marner, left wing side for Tavares. His shot is going to deflect off his stick and go up into the screen. And now, I think, yes, indeed, we're going to go to the commercial break. I thought that was a red light down there, too. I think it's somebody's hat. At any rate, we're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When live music legends...
This is Trey Anastasia from Fish.
...launched their brand new residency at the Las Vegas Sphere.
I am indeed giddy. Thank you guys all for being here.
Catch the vibe live on the band's exclusive SiriusXM channel. Complete concerts, fan reaction, and more. Sphere Week on Fish Radio. Now through Monday. Channel 29 in the car. And on the SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Bruins won, the Maple Leafs no score. John Beecher getting the opening goal of the series. Face-off coming in the Boston zone to the right of Jeremy Swayman. Bruins have tied up a lot of money in their goaltending. It's split down the middle between Swayman and Ullmark. But when you consider that a lot of dough just sits on a bench side for half the game or half of the games, it's kind of an interesting dilemma, I suppose, as Matthews goes back to his own blue line. Drops it off on the wing. Bertuzzi chipping it ahead. Got it handed back to him. Now tries to launch it high. Knocked down there to the far side. Matthews steals. Just misfired on a pass to Bertuzzi. Domi knocks his man down. Gets the puck again. Looks in front of the net. Matthews took a swipe at it and fanned on it. And the Bruins break out 3-on-2. Marchand is with them, but it's just played by DeBrusque down into the corner. And the Leafs get it to the line and out at center ice. Bertuzzi chasing, but it comes free for McAvoy. Charlie McAvoy backpedals deeper into Boston territory and starts out with 10:36 to play in the first period. Up on the right side off the stick of Frederick into the corner. Frederick to the front of the net. The pass was out of his reach, and the Leafs are going to get it to the line, but not out. Labushkin up against the wall on the far side. Gets some help there from Nick Robertson. A scrum continues. Robertson gets the puck and is able to punch it out at center. And the Bruins go back after it as Grzelcyk will get it out into the center ice area, and it's shot into the Toronto zone. Labushkin after the puck in the near corner. Plays it up the boards. Had it partially blocked. Leafs get it to the line, but not out. Frederick keeping it alive. Frederick looking in the corner for Geekie. Geekie is tied up there as the puck goes free for Morgan Riley. Played into the corner, but cut off by Lauko. Lauko tries to come out from behind the net. A pass partially blocked. Grabbed off and set into the corner by Pontus Holmberg. Both players to the ice. The Leafs are able to get the puck along the boards, but don't get it out until Holmberg then gives the puck away. Here's a chance for the Bruins again. Both teams are trying to get a change. Off the bench and a shot blocked there off the stick of Maroon. The Leafs are able to get it to the line, but not out. Morgan Riley needs to find a way to find a man, and he does as Riley is bodied hard by that Maroon character. Brought to center ice and set into the Boston end.
Boy, 3 attempts by the Leafs to get it out.
Pass almost intercepted there by Marner. Played to center ice, and the Leafs have it again. A pass for Nyes didn't connect, and the Bruins have it at their own zone. Off on the right wing now for Pasternak. Played off the boards to the Leaf zone. Kick to the near boards, but not cleared. Good hit along the wall there to take Hainan to the boards. And then Tavares sends the puck to the far side, and Nyes has to go back to recover it. Up the middle it comes to Marner. Marner to the line and flipping it in, missing a hit as he clears into the corner for Tavares. Tavares in on the far boards, trying to dig it out. Dug out, though, by McAvoy. It comes to the line, but Marner's there. Marner dropping off on the right side, and then mishandling the puck was Dewar, and it is cleared by Boston down into Toronto territory. Leafs fourth line out here. Edmondson, a pass through center, brought on by Camp, and it was knocked off his stick to center, and then a big hit by Maroon sent Liljegren into the Boston bench. Maroon having his presence felt here. Long pass to center. Brought in over the line by Matthews into the slot, a shot, and it was whipped wide of the goal there by the Leafs' Brian Reeves. Reeves goes to the boards as they battle for it against the wall. Matthews was knocked down. Back of the net for Bertuzzi. Couldn't come up with it, but Matthews does! And a wraparound attempt is stopped by Swayman.
Now, you're fine with the Maroon physical play, Joe, as long as if the Leafs respond the other way, you don't get a call in Boston's favor. And to me, that's my biggest fear right now. Ryan Reeves does the same thing, and he's gone for a couple.
Well, it was all right, except Jacob Lauko threw a nice right-handed punch at Liljegren in the bench. At any rate, it is a 1-0 Boston lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Ron is a teacher helping bright minds, but this time he needed...
Hey Insiders, it's playoff time. Go Leafs go. This is what we've been waiting for all season long. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, turn on that little bell so you get notified every single time we go live here on Toronto Sports Insider. Blue Jays games, Maple Leafs games, every single one of them. Go Leafs go. Let's get back to the action. Let's see what our buds got.
But if you or your plumber accidentally hit a natural gas line while clearing a sewer blockage, it can lead to the release of natural gas and cause an explosion or fire. Before you clear it, contact Ontario One Call at 1-800-400-2255 to get a free sewer inspection. For more essential tips, visit enbridgegas.com/safety.
We all have the power to shape the world. We're connected to the world we share, to each other. I am Future. I wait in the world of Echo.
Discover the extraordinary with Echo, the spectacular new show by Cirque du Soleil. Opens May 8th under the Big Top at Toronto Lakeshore Boulevard West. Tickets at cirquedusoleil.com.
The world is yours to create.
Echo thanks its presenting partner Sun Life and its official partners Air Canada and MasterCard.
I think I may have said JT Luxmore, but it's TJ Luxmore who is the referee. 7:39 to play here in the first period. 1-0 Boston.
Leafs were actually outshooting the Bruins 4-0 before Boston scored in their first shot on goal at 2:26.
And now outshooting the Bruins 6-4. Played by Samsonov around the boards. Matthews with a pretty good hit there on Coyle. And the puck comes up on the right wing side for Bertuzzi, who drops it back. And now ringing it to the far side and tipping it to the line, but not clearing it. Bruins work in on the wing with a shot. Samsonov on the angle covers that. And being shoved out of the way there by Bertuzzi is Marchand. And a face-off coming in the circle to the right.
Another play where the Leafs have full control over it behind their own net and have it cut off along the boards. The Bruins get their 5th shot on goal of the period. Leafs holding on to a slight advantage, 6-5. By the way, when you go back to the last time they played each other in the playoffs, there are only 5 Leafs from that series. And I think you could guess who they are. There are 8 Bruins still playing for Boston from that series.
Played into the corner for Pasternak, who was one of them. In along the boards, Tavares ties his man up. Far corner in the Leaf zone. Still battling in there. Edmondson part of the equation. Up against the boards. The puck poked up on the wing. And unable to clear it there was Marner. And then the Leafs just get it elevated to the line and out. That'll be a delayed offside. And the Leafs have it now with a pass up on the wing for Marner, who quickly drops it off and then set in high off the stick of Nyes. And it ends up finding the screen in the near corner. And a face-off is going to come back out into the center ice area.
All right, you want them quick? The Bruins that are still here from 2019. Coyle, Carlo, Heinen, Grzelcyk, Marchand, McAvoy, Louis DeBrusk, and Pasternak. Pretty good core, and so many people thought that the Boston Bruins could end up being struggling to find themselves in the postseason. But the culture, structure, whatever you want to call it, pride and tradition of the Bruins have them with home ice advantage again here in the opening round.
Face-off controlled by Toronto. Played off on the wing, and Lyubushkin sends it deep into Boston territory. Riley keeping it in on the near side. They go to the boards with it, trying to dig it free as Yarncrook. He does to get it back to Riley, who sent a long shot that was well wide of the goal. Chopped at and played ahead, but it went off Geeky's stick down into the Leaf zone. Pontus Holmberg is there to get it around the boards for Morgan Riley with skating room. Got it ahead at center and onto the left wing for Nick Robertson. Robertson diagonal shooting into the right wing corner for Holmberg. Holmberg working back, sends it around the boards, but there's no one there because the Leafs are changing their defense, and it's poked out at center ice now by Boston and brought on at center by Shattenkirk. Shattenkirk in on the far side, stops up and plays it back of the net. McCabe in against the boards, came up with it, and the puck is off on the far side for Lyubushkin, who's passed through the middle, did not connect. And it's out and down the ice, and there'll be an icing charge here against the Maple Leafs to bring it back into the Toronto zone.
And obviously, every stat is going to have added meaning when you come to the playoffs. Leafs so far in this game in the faceoff dot have won just 42% of the draws. So a big one here to the left of Ilya Samsonov.
Face-off in the Toronto zone to the left of Samsonov. 5:38 to play first period. Draw one by the Bruins cleanly. McAvoy steps into the slot area. Got the shot away in traffic. And it got deflected up into the screen and out of play. Max Domi out on the ice becomes the 5th father-son tandem to ever play for the Toronto Maple Leafs in a playoff series. Mike and Nick Foligno, Barry and John Cullen, Cal and Paul Gardner, Babe and Tracy Pratt. It is a 1-0 Boston lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
SiriusXM NFL Radio revs up live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit, starting April 25th.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select
Pick-by-pick coverage of every round, instant analysis from our experts, and interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
I want to be a legend. I want to have a golden jacket.
Hear the 2024 NFL Draft.
Win it. A Super Bowl. That's what matters.
On NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
And then all of the players, but they had one of the largest drop-offs from a year ago as far as standings are concerned. Minus 26 points from their marvelous season a year ago that culminated in the first round loss to the Florida Panthers. Only the New Jersey Devils had a bigger drop-off this year, 31 points from what they were a year ago. Brought on as Coyle sends it off onto the left wing, too far for Marchand. He's taken to the boards then by Benoit. Puck in the back of the net. Centering effort didn't work. Played on the boards for Bertuzzi. He tried to drop it back, but McAvoy steals. Marchand with a shot into the chest of Samsonov. And he will hold for a face-off with 5:02 to go. In the first period, shots are 6-5. But the bad pinch and the 2-on-1 worked perfectly. And John Beecher has the Bruins on the board 1-0.
Yeah, the drop you were talking about the Bruins and points. I mean, they had a 60-win season 2 years ago, or pardon me, last season. It'll be like Austin Matthews only scoring 56 next year.
Oh,
you say that's a huge drop-off, but still pretty good.
Still pretty darn good. You're right. A shot deflects off a stick, but the Bruins are able to keep the puck in the Toronto end. David Camp couldn't play it up the boards. Edmondson after his man. Camp takes his wide back of the net, trying to come out. Boakvist, fourth line here for the Bruins. And Yarncrook gets to the corner and finds the puck, and now with a chance to move it up ice, finds Camp, who will get to center and send a long shoot in. That is an easy stop for Swayman. And then Dewar arrives on the scene, and Andrew Peak now trying to shove people around, and I think Dewar just shoved Peak right back down into the net. And the linesmen are trying to extricate him out of the goal.
It'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a call here. I think Boston took offense to Connor Dewar doing a little bit of a snow spray on
Did you mind
Jeremy
that?
Swayman. Oh, yeah.
You thought that was inappropriate?
Well, if it was deliberate, yeah.
Yeah? I thought it was refreshing.
Now, when you played, could guys actually go fast enough to make snow?
No. Well, yes, they could, but they couldn't stop.
Yeah. Then wave the goalie interference.
The Unionville Men's Hockey League, I'll tell you, had some pretty good stoppers. Well, not goaltenders, but they could just stop.
Yeah, the breakaway speed was fine. The stopping was the hard part.
Well, that's why they put in boards, right?
By the way, I still think the best opportunity the Leafs have had was Austin Matthews.
The wraparound.
Well, even the fanning on the shot on the Domi setup.
We've got high sticking going on in front of the net, and
I think
Tyler Bertuzzi's right in the middle of it.
I think the Leafs are getting the penalty because the whistle went when the Leafs are controlling the puck, unless we've got offsetting minors. Bertuzzi appears, and this was one of the other things you're worried about. The Leafs try to respond physically, and they pay the price for it.
Toronto penalty, 59, 2 minutes, I second.
And here we go.
15:28, the time of the penalty. Second power play for Boston as a result.
Might as well get Nazem Kadri back.
Yeah. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. And another big factor will be the Leaf penalty kill, which was 23rd in the National Hockey League this season. And the draw won by the Leafs and rung around the boards, but nicely blocked there by Heinen. On the wing, a shot, and that deflects and goes up into the screen, and there's an extra shot in on Patrick Maroon.
Did you not have that fear that we talked about the Leafs would be more physical and they're going to be the more penalized
and how
team?
It's adjudicated.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
So Patrick
We're
Maroon,
always worried about the adjudication of the series anyway.
Patrick Maroon has run around, which is what they want him to do, and they'll continue to do so as long as there's no penalty for it.
Draw one by the Bruins. Kept in at the point. Fed off by Shattenkirk. He looks for a return pass. It's still free as it comes down, and a good intercept, but not cleared. Hannon kept it in, and a shot is wired wide of the net. Near side for Heinen, who kept the puck in and then gives it away, and Marner is out at center ice. Marner with a long shoot in. That was blocked, but he's going to get to the rebound on the near boards. That draws a crowd, and Shattenkirk is able to come away with it. Played up on the left wing and brought out now by Boston. They hit the line with a drop pass to Pasternak over on the left wing, and it bounced over the stick of DeBrusk. Back to the far half boards. Knocked away, but kept in at the point by Shattenkirk. DeBrusk in the left wing corner, back to the point to Heinen, a shot. That was blocked. Cleared into the corner, then Pasternak gets it back to the point. Walking the line with it is Shattenkirk. Back to Pasternak, centering pass off the goal post. Another drive. No, it's a fake shot taken by Shattenkirk. To the left wing side for Pasternak. His shot in traffic is blocked. Good play there by Labushkin. Bruins with it again. Back to the point, and a bad pass is going to have it sprung all the way to center ice. Both teams want to get a change going. Bruins have it come in off the skate, grabbed off by Benoit, fed into the corner, and Edmondson will send it down into Boston territory with 3 minutes left in the period and 28 seconds left in the second Boston power play. 1-0 Bruins. Coyle on the right wing side and in now for Geekie. He gets it around on the left wing side for Marchand. He loses it, and Kalle Järnkrok, a welcome addition to the Leaf penalty kill, is able to get it out and down the ice. McAvoy goes back. 6 seconds in the power play to Coyle. Right wing side then for Geekie. Geekie trying to come in. The penalty has expired. Liljegren overskated the puck. The Bruins not able to come up with it, and then Bertuzzi gets it ahead for Matthews, and Matthews' pass is intercepted. Brought back and sent in over the line. Quickly played by the Leafs, down into the zone. Bertuzzi's not going to get there to deny icing, and with 2:14 left to play in the period, another face-off coming in the Toronto zone.
So the Bruins on the power play, total of 3 shots over the 2 power plays, but 3 goal posts in behind Ilya Samsonov. Shots are actually even at 8 apiece. Face off to the right of the Toronto goaltender.
Game 2 here on Monday night. And then the series reverts to Toronto. Here the Bruins working it off the pass. Big save by Samsonov. A scramble in front of the goal. Where's the puck? Samsonov is down. Where's the whistle? Finally.
We're going to have to bring out the first down marker. Referee was hanging over the back of the net, so obviously the puck was loose. And the goal line stand of the Leafs is going to pay off. I'll tell you, Timothy Liljegren made a great play, finding a man open to the right of Samsonov and staying with him and dropping him. But Samsonov seemed to lose the puck, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he was spread out from post to post. Bertuzzi was in the scrum. Well, still 1-0.
But after the first 2 minutes of this game, where the Leafs came out physical and had some opportunities, really has been all Boston, hasn't it? With the help of a couple of power plays.
10-8, the shots favoring the Bruins. Draw to the left in the Toronto zone. Pavel Zacha will take the draw against Tavares, and the Bruins win the faceoff, and then Pasternak fanned on the shot. Nyes couldn't get it out. The scrum continues, and the Leafs, Tavares, carries it to center. He flips it in and then goes into the corner after the puck. He'll be first there to get it freed up for Marner. Marner working the boards, got it out in front, but it was nowhere near Nyes. And Pasternak comes back at center and diagonally shoots into the far corner. McCabe works it around the boards. Now trying to free it up to play into an empty corner near side. Bruins get there first. Coyle sends it on the far side. Nyes couldn't catch up to it. Good play by McCabe to knock it down, and Nyes finds an opening to get it ahead, and Benoit will circle back as the Leafs get a change with 1:17 to go here in the first period. 1-0 Boston. Camp turns the puck over. Laco brings it in on the wing. Camp makes amends by coming up with it, and Reeves gets it out at center. Here's Dewar getting it down into the corner, but was knocked down. Reeves in with a hit there on Peak, and the puck comes around on the boards. Reeves trying to get it again into the slot area, but it's knocked away. Marchand up ahead for Geekie and gets it down into the Leaf end. Under a minute to play. Dewar. Long diagonal shooting that could have been offside, but it's waved off. That'll be an interesting decision here. Reeves after it again. Good hit there against the board. Centering pass. Bertuzzi just failed. Another shot deflects in front of the net and comes around to the near point. Sent to the front of the goal. Knocked down in front of the net was Bertuzzi, but he comes away with a loose puck. Centering pass. Matthews just tipped it to the net, and Swayman makes a glove save with 17 seconds to go.
I tell you, a big hit by Ryan Reeves, and the first thing you do is look at each official. Like we said, we've seen them from
we're never going to get invited to their golf tournament.
Have we ever been?
No. Well, no.
Are we talking about the Bruins or the referees? Well, Billy McCrary is the off-ice official. We've been to his golf tournament.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we have. So I guess we're okay. Face off to the right.
And either he stopped having it or we haven't been invited the last few years.
Draw one by the Leafs. Marner at the point. Sends it towards the net. There's a big rebound, and the backhand is swallowed up, and Domi gets in some shoving, and so does Matthews.
Boy, Domi, I think, threw the first punch. And the Leafs might be going again.
No, I think we got both of them here.
You know what? And this is a break.
Domi along with McAvoy.
Yeah, he gave him 2 shots with the right hand. I'm going to say this was a bit of a...
Number 11. Boston penalty 73. 2 minutes each for roughing.
I think this is, even though they both go, I think it's generous in favor of the Leafs. As Max Domi was the instigator, much like Tyler Bertuzzi, when Bertuzzi took the high sticking penalty a little earlier.
1949, the time of the coincident minors.
So 4-on-4, which will start with 10.7 seconds to go here in the opening period.
Well, it has been a physical first 20 minutes. And the Maple Leafs have certainly not backed down from it. And if anything, have initiated a lot of the physicality.
But it's still a fine line, right?
Yes, it is. It always has been.
We've also got the only 2 penalties of this period.
You think Darcy Tucker knew where that fine line was? Here is Matthews with a shot in front of the goal. Marner is knocked down. Penalty coming to Boston. But the Leafs will start on the power play to start the second period.
But you know what? This is a great penalty to take because Mitch Marner was a split second away from tucking it around the left pad of Swayman. I mean, this is a great penalty. Marner would have tied the game up as Matthews found him in behind the Boston defense in front of Swayman. And Marner tried to go backhand, forehand around Swayman and got leveled. There are good penalties and there are bad ones. That was a great penalty for the Bruins to take, and also take a 1-0 lead into the dressing room.
So we'll see if the Leaf power play can do some damage to start the second period. But the fourth line goal for the Boston Bruins, scored by John Beecher, is the difference. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hi, this is Eddie Vedder.
Hey, it's Jeff Ament. This is Mike McCready from Pearl Jam. Our new album, Dark Matter, just arrived. Dark Matter! And we're here to personally introduce you to every track.
No hyperbole, I think this is our best work.
Join us throughout the weekend on our exclusive SiriusXM channel.
Pearl Jam Radio.
Channel 22 in the SiriusXM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Hockey 24/7 on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team, don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game.
What's up, Leafs fans, insiders, Bruins fans, everybody that's here hanging out with us. I'm Mike. This is my boy Tom. We're hanging out here, and man, a rough start so far for the Leafs there. Man, they started out so hot. Right off the bat, 4 shots on goal, looked good, held a little bit of the possession. We're like, okay, this is how we want to start. And then all of a sudden, boom. Goal against us right away. Sammy's first shot, given up. But hey, thank you all for being here. Button, turn on that bell. We're at almost at 15-2 now. We started at 15:50. We were up at like 15-1 for a minute yesterday or 2 days ago, and then YouTube took some away or something. I don't even know what the heck happened. But as you guys see down on the bottom line here, 100% of the revenue that we make here on the channel is getting donated to Sick Kids Hospital. We're going to do that hopefully in the beginning of the season next year, probably in the fall. We'll be going up to Toronto to donate all of this revenue that we make, that we make together, and I say we because my son here and you guys as well in the chat. This is all. If you guys click this video, if you guys see an ad and click that ad, if you guys hit that like button, if you hit that subscribe button, you are helping the channel grow and this community grow, and that's going to go back to Sick Kids. Every single penny from today going through till the Leafs get eliminated or lift the cup. One of the two. I'd prefer to see it as the Leafs lifting the cup. So anyways, Tom, what are your thoughts on the first period, man?
Well, it was pretty impressive that they could score, like, with just one shot. And, like, especially off the post.
Yeah.
Because it was just one shot. Like, how much could they do with one shot and we couldn't?
That's
because
annoying.
We had 4 shots.
Right. It is. It is annoying, but it happened. I'm glad the Leafs bounced back, though. You know, they could have went into a hole. Sammy could have went into a dark place and would have been ugly. But anyways, we got to get back to the game here.
Happy.
You're happy. What are you happy about?
That we're going to start off with a power play.
Yes, we are going to start the second period with a power play. So, guys, get that chat blowing up. Go Leafs, go in the chat. Big shout out to our new members tonight, Renata Freiberg, as well as Ian Cameron and Roberta Lana B. Thank you to you 3 new insiders and VIP members. that every penny of that revenue is going to Sick Kids Hospital as we start today, guys. I am alive today. This guy's alive today because of that hospital, and I am so thankful that that my dreams came true with when we had 25 people hanging out in the chat, and nobody was paying attention to Toronto Sports Insider when we were here talking about the game. Now we've got a huge community here, and it's amazing. So thank you all for being here. We'll talk to you guys soon. Enjoy the rest of the intermission and the second period. Go Leafs, go.
Go Leafs, go.
See you in a bit.
And in that situation, Ryan Reeves, a little too overzealous, leads to that 2-on-1.
Yeah, and after that, obviously, as you say, the three post crossbars, those are good opportunities. But the Leafs did kill off 2 penalties. They weathered the storm. They out-hit the Boston Bruins 25-23. There's 48 hits thrown in that first period, and by the end of the first period, they'd gained momentum.
Check if the pizza's here. Okay, wow, holy cow. Rigger, oh my God, bro, wow. Rigger 39, holy cow. What a super chat. $70 Canadian. Holy cow, man. Oh, dude, thank you. And Joel, I see your text, brother. Thank you. Rigger, holy cow. The super chats tonight, thank you. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And boom, we just got another one there. Fishy Idol RPG, $5 for the Sick Kids with the heart. Hit that like button there, and I got to get into the chat here and smash that heart. Anyways, I got to get back to the chat. Thank you guys. Thank you. This is insane. I knew this was possible, and that's why I didn't go crazy jamming it down everybody's throat until we got into game 1 when I was ready to go with it, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Pizza's not here.
Let's do it, guys. Thank you so much for those. Go Leafs, go. Let's have a big second period. Let's get it. We're not done yet. We're getting it done.
Go Leafs, go.
Go Leafs, go.
Played. We didn't see Austin Matthews in the first line create a lot of separation, but if that happens at some point, you have to think there's a little more offense there, but it's not going to be easy with the way that Jeremy Swayman played in net for Boston, Jimmy.
Yeah, he made some great saves. There was one early that he just did a nice pad save on, but so did Samsonov. That one where he was sprawled out, and somehow, I don't know how he does it. Seems to be able to anchor his leg, even for I don't know what the gravity force is there, but he seems to anchor it and they can't score. He's done that a number of times in the second half of the season.
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones where you throw out the playbook and the whole technical aspect of it, and you just have to have a will to make the save. Like, you have to have a little bit of a competitive nature behind you in order to make those kinds of saves. And credit to Samsonov, because he makes that one. I believe it's Trent Frederick who's driving to the back post. The puck ends up going off Frederick's skate, and then there's a little bit of a commotion in front of the net, and Samsonov makes 2 big saves with his left pad as the Bruins are trying to whack it into the net, and he does a really nice job of anchoring his foot to the post, and it doesn't allow anything to squeak through him. And that's one of those ones where you look at it and say, like, that could be the one that makes the difference for you throughout the course of a night, where, you get that save when you need it. And now Toronto's going to go into the second period here on a power play and have an opportunity to try and tie this game up early on. And, it's funny with the power play to start the period, because so many times you'll think, fresh ice, we'll have a good opportunity to snap the puck around, and, there won't be any snow on the ice. I find oftentimes it has the opposite effect. It's like it's almost too slippery for you, and the penalty kill seems to get an advantage. It'll be interesting to see how Toronto handles this power play early on in the second period.
2 observations, one positive, one somewhat negative. The positive one is I love watching Domi and Bertuzzi on the Matthews line just because of what they deliver. The negative is, correct me if I'm wrong, the Leafs' third line seemed to have a lot of problems in their own zone.
Yeah, that was a huge issue for them, and there was a shift where the third line had two instances to clear the puck out of their own zone, and they don't do it. And the second one, it's Nick Robertson who has the puck. He doesn't clear it, and then that leads to Morgan Rielly taking a big hit behind the Leafs net. And it's just like, that just goes to show you, if you get that puck out, now your number one defenseman is not getting hit. Now that's not a piece of him that's getting taken, and it's a little bit of an easier game for him. Instead, he has to go back, take a big hit, And, that's going to wear on him now. So the third line has to do a better job of getting the puck out of their own zone. And I thought the Leafs D in general needs to do a better job of making sure that the puck is out near the blue line, a little cleaner on the breakouts, and making sure that Boston doesn't get second opportunities to play in the offensive zone, because that seems like, they're, as far as 5-on-5 goes, that's where Boston is getting their opportunities off Toronto kind of failed attempts and, getting second and third chances to make something happen, where, if Toronto were able to get those pucks out, that doesn't happen. Now your players are playing in the offensive zone. One other thing, Jimmy, Austin Matthews' line is getting a steady dose of Charlie Coyle and either the Carlo D pair or the Lindholm D pair. It seems like Jim Montgomery doesn't have any issue with either D pair, but it is the Charlie Coyle line that's going head-to-head against Matthews.
Pretty entertaining period, and I think the best is yet to come in this game. I don't know where it goes, but it's going to be fascinating to watch. Boston leads at 1-0 over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Scotiabank helps you put money back in your pocket so you can do more of what makes you, you. From now until July 31st only, you can be rewarded with up to $400 when you open a banking package and an investment plan at Scotiabank. Now that's rewarding. To qualify, certain conditions must be met. Get details at scotiabank.com/welcome offer. Scotiabank, you're richer than you think.
And booked. That's summer sorted.
Summer? It's barely spring.
Yeah. You don't want to lose your spot in the sun. I searched for weeks, but Sell-Off Vacation is where the deals are at. Like Cuba at up to 50% off.
Wait, really? And you booked it just like that?
Yeah, it was easy. Like all-inclusive vacations should be.
Hold on. Can't talk now. I'm getting vacation ready.
Cuba is Unica.
Don't wait. Book with a travel expert or at
selloffvacations.com. Sewer backed up? In some cases, natural gas lines may cross through sewer or septic pipes. These are called crossbores. Left undisturbed, crossbores are harmless. But if you or your plumber accidentally hit a natural gas line while clearing a sewer blockage, it can lead to the release of natural gas and cause an explosion or fire. Before you clear it, contact Ontario One Call at 1-800 for inspection. For more essential tips, visit enbridgegas.com/safety.
Commander?
Yes, Captain.
How did their spaceship escape?
They have fiber, Captain. It's faster than cable.
Faster, huh?
Indeed, Captain. Plus, they have the fastest Wi-Fi in the galaxy.
What else have they got?
Well, it's also the most reliable technology, Captain.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, indeed.
Get Bell Pure Fiber, Canada's fastest internet and Wi-Fi, starting from $60 a month. Visit bell.ca/purefiber internet for more details and to check availability. Bell. Internet just got better.
For 35 years, Kids Help Phone has provided free, confidential support to millions of young people across Canada. On Sunday, May 5th, we invite you to raise funds for youth mental health by taking part in BMO Walk So Kids Can Talk. This is your chance to help every young person in Canada feel out loud. Register, fundraise, donate, or walk. Join the movement at walksokidscantalk.ca.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat with the delicious taste you've come to expect from Schneider's. Now with 25% less sodium than regular deli meats. They're crafted in Canada using only Schneider's premium cuts of meat, and they're an excellent source of protein. Try all 5 new deli meats, including smoked Black Forest ham and herb turkey from Schneider's. Trusted by Canadians for over 130 years. Brand power helping you buy better.
Town Scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. It's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Just one other game, one other playoff series going, and it's done. First game is done. Carolina wins at 3-1 over the visiting New York Islanders. It was tied at 1 until Nason scored at 3:44 of the third period. An empty netter sealed it. Carolina, obviously, with a 1-0 series lead. In our game, 1-0 Boston over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. Oh, yes, Guy. The second period is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
alone. They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
Caitlin Clark is the all-time scoring leader.
They are legends and icons.
Larry Bird hit the shot with no second thought. I don't know how he did it.
And you can hear them right now on the all-new Sirius XM app.
We are here with Iowa superstar Caitlin Clark.
I'm so focused on winning, it's never anything I ever take for granted.
Here comes Larry Bird, the Hall of Famer, and he just won Legend of the Year.
Legend of the Year, isn't that something?
For access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio, Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
1-0 Boston heading to the second period. 48 hits in the first 20 minutes. 25 of them by the Toronto Maple Leafs in a very physical first period.
Yes, Yvonne Benoit leading both teams with 4. Although right behind him, Patrick Maroon, who had some big ones. He had 3 hits for the Boston Bruins, but a huge power play for the Leafs. 150, barring any more penalties, with a 4-on-3 advantage. Should I bring up our favorite stat under these circumstances?
Please do. Yep, please do.
Toronto Maple Leafs currently have the 8th longest streak without being shut out, playoffs or regular season. And that number is 227.
How many?
227.
Again?
227. They score tonight, and they will tie the Chicago Blackhawks from 1970 to 73.
Wow. Well, the Power Play is brought to you by Subaru. Embrace spring weather with the Subaru All-Weather Drive event. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today. The Leafs will defend the goal to our left, and the Bruins to the right. Here at Toronto Dominion Garden. Often wondered how many Bruins fans actually know that.
Never seen it spelled out.
No, probably not.
No, I mean here.
No.
It's just TD.
No, it's just TD. Yep. At any rate, John Tavares, along with Matthews, they'll start 4-on-3 because of coincident minor penalties. Puck is dropped and we're underway. Riley is back in his own zone. Marner, Matthews, and Tavares are the forwards. Here's Marner, bringing it in over the line, slides to the right wing side, looks into the slot, goes back to the blue line and finds Morgan Riley. Top of the circle now to Matthews on the left wing side, down into the corner for Tavares. Tavares circles back, Marner rather with it, Marner to the near side to Matthews, passing in front for Tavares, and it was deflected wide, and Coyle will get it out and down the ice. Riley starting out for Toronto. He's going to work to the blue line and drop it back, and Matthews will carry it through neutral ice. Brings it in on the left wing. Off to Tavares and drop back to Riley. Now to Marner on the right wing side looking for a pass. Now down low goes to Matthews. Into the slot for Riley. Doesn't shoot it. Back to Matthews. Matthews circles into the corner for Riley. Back to Matthews. Far side now for Marner. Marner still with the puck. Marner into the middle of the ice, still with it. Now lets it go. Backhand shot, stop, rebound, and down is Swayman to cover up on it.
Marner was trying to go for the redirection, wasn't he? Off the back post, he had John Tavares. And Tavares may have redirected it, but couldn't get it elevated over the right pad of Swayman, and only makes the stop, but is able to hold on. And it looks like Sheldon Keefe, despite 1:08 gone into the period, is going to stay with, same four staying out.
The coincident Miners have 42 seconds left in them, so the power play is going to be pretty much dominated by this configuration, 4-on-3. Tavares with Matthews, the lone man, backed into the point. He gets the puck and let the shot go, and he whistled it wide. Tavares in the far corner. Gets some room. Back to the blue line. It goes to Marner. Marner holds to Matthews and a shot. Pad save and a rebound cleared into the corner. Grabbed off by Tavares. Played back on the wall and it'll come to the blue line. Marner to Matthews. Centering pass in front. Tavares a backhand. Stopped by Swayman on the short side. Bruins get a hold of it and they're going to try and skate it out. Marner's the lone defender now. And over the line trying to drive his Coyle. And Marner makes a nice play to take it away from him. And now it's a 3-on-2 rush. Bracken over the line. Wow, an early change there for Boston.
Boy, they got away with too many men on the ice.
Oh, did they ever? Boy, that was a lacrosse game change. The player out the back door and out the front door they came, and the Leafs 3-on-2 became a 3-on-3. Penalties have expired. And the power play. Here's a chance for Calle Yarncrook in with a shot. Big rebound off Swayman, centered, and Swayman got over to make the save. Puck along the boards in the near corner. Boy, that was a bad break for the Leafs, and an icing here.
Because you can see from here, now the referee has his arm up, and what is this penalty?
No, he's just a stoppage of play, I think. Yep.
Just a warning to see who was on the ice. But yeah, the Leafs had an odd man rush. And I don't think the player going off was within 15 feet of the bench when the replacement player came off from the other
door.
end.
Yeah, exactly. So they gained about a zone and a half almost.
Leafs did have a couple of shots on that power play.
Face off to the right of Swayman. Leafs out shooting Boston 15-12 now. Draw scrummed with the Bruins, carry it back to the net. Andrew Peak sending it to the far boards. Edmondson pinches, is able to knock it down. Couple of cross checks thrown there by Pavel Zacha. The puck still along the wall, pinned to the boards there by DeBrusk. We'll let you know when the game starts up again. Now it does as it's shot into the right wing corner, but the Bruins are going to get to it. Tried to play it ahead for Marchand, and he sends it down into the Leaf end. Out of the net, it comes to Edmondson. Up on the near side, Liljegren. Flipped ahead to the blue line and out. Leafs get it to the line and chip it down in as Dewar chases after it into the corner. Played around the boards by McAvoy, and out come the Bruins, but a pass intercepted by McKay, but he had his pocket picked, and then the Leafs are able to knock it away, but it's going to be shot into the Toronto zone anyway. Around on the far side, into the slot, it comes McAvoy, a shot. Big rebound in front, down is goaltender Samsonov, and a big intercept made by Camp. Samsonov was swimming around, but the Leafs get it out at center now. Camp in over the line with Dewar, and he drops the puck to him. Dewar holds on the left wing, fans on a pass, and it is Pasternak getting it out at center. Brought in over the line now by Geekie, and a long shot is deflected wide. McCabe battles his man in the far corner, chips it ahead for Dewar, who just needs to get it out, and he's done that and flipped it down into Boston territory. Leafs are changing. Played in over the line by Boston. Frederick into the corner, rubs out Lyubushkin with a hit. Lyubushkin is able to free it up to Matthews. Matthews gets it ahead, and Lyubushkin is leading the rush to center. He'll flip it into the corner and decides to go in there after it. Takes his man heavily into the inboards, but now he's trapped, and the Leafs are going to get back in numbers to have it down into their own zone as Frederick goes into the corner after it. Bertuzzi frees the puck up. Played up on the wing now for Domi. Domi's pass just misfired on a feed for the Leafs, and now a race for the puck and a shot into goal post. Matthews hit the goal post with Swayman out of the net. So they're getting even on those departments. Oh my!
It was a sharp angle. And Matthews put it off the near post and right out the other side.
Swayman had come out of the goal. Now here's Tavares working in over the line in the left wing corner for Nyes. Nyes plays it back towards the blue line. Edmondson keeps it in. Tavares trying to center and a shot is deflected wide. Tavares playing it back to the blue line, but the Leafs were changing. And it'll be cleared back into neutral ice. Oh my.
Austin Matthews.
Another goal post. He only had about 23 of them in the regular year. Oh yeah, he scored 69 goals.
Feels like he might have had 15 of them in the last 2 regular season games.
Kidding. A bad pass stolen by the Bruins, but then stolen back by Nyes, who had to make up for his miscue. Now the Bruins in the far corner trying to work it out. Coyle into the slot area, and a shot goes off a leg to the left wing side. Lindholm carries down into the corner and took a hit. The puck still free and back of the net for DeBrusque. Centers into the slot and a shot, scores! Brandon Carlo, 2-0 Boston.
Scored their first shot of the first period, and now their second shot of the second period. As the Leafs had opportunities to clear, couldn't do it. The big collapse in front of Ilya Samsonov. After it appeared, they dodged the first bullet. But Brandon Carlo ends up getting enough time and space to let this go from the top of the right wing circle. For a defenseman, nobody within 15 feet of Carlo who has given the Bruins what may be an insurmountable 2-0 lead.
Well, it's been the lesser lights to score for Boston. Beecher and Carlo. Beecher with the 7 goals on the regular league. Carlo with 4. And the puck comes back into the center ice area. Liljegren fed it ahead. Backhanded into the zone by Matthews. In along the boards goes Bertuzzi. Matthews couldn't come up with it. Bruins punch it out. And Pasternak launches to an open wing. And Domi will go back to retrieve it. Domi around back of the net for Joel Edmondson. Leafs are changing. Played in back of the net, and Liljegren waiting patiently back of the goal. 2-0 Boston here in the second period after Austin Matthews hit the goal post with the net virtually empty. Brought on by Liljegren. Passes ahead and deflected in then by Dewar. Camp after the puck. Reeves gets a hit in. The puck comes free into the slot area, but Dewar couldn't do anything with it. Reeves does with the backhand, and another pass in front of the net. Good pad save by Swayman. He's been excellent so far. Played back into the Toronto end. Benoit off the boards, but gave the puck away, and the Leafs trying to come away with it, and Samsonov has to cover up for them. 12:49 to play here in the second period. The Bruins have scored in each of the frames. 2-0 Boston. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Sandra and Kabir are celebrating 50 years of marriage by turning their boring bedroom into a spicy one. Oh my. Alpine Credit sent a super strength hero to help with a home renovation loan. New floors, windows, a heart-shaped button that plays this tune.
All right, guys. Oh, man. Wow. Not the start that we wanted to see, huh? I just had to get in here and give a huge shout out to all the other super chats that came in after we got off the last time. So big shout out to Pierre and Robbie, Fish Idol RPG. Guys, thank you so much. And Rigger 39. Holy cow. Wow. I am absolutely shocked. But thank you guys so much. Just wanted to jump in. Hey, we're hitting. We're just not paying attention on the on that first shot of the first and second period. We just need to bring our mental sharpness in, right? What do you think?
And if we had Nylander, this game could have gone way different or stayed the same.
Yeah.
Because he's more...
Maddie came close, though. Maddie's just getting ready to get a goal. I can see it.
Yeah.
It's coming. The next goal is crucial. We go down 3-0. This could be a problem. Anyways, back to the action. Go, Leafs, go. Peace.
Second period brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. And the face-off in the Toronto zone is brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan, Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca.
Leafs have battled back a couple of times this season, down 2 to the Bruins to take it to overtime. They lost both. Once in this building, I remember at home, Max Domi and then Austin Matthews with a goalie pulled. Got the Leafs to overtime before Brad Marchand won it.
Face off in the circle to the right of Velia Samsonov is scrummed, but it comes back to the point. Coyle sends it around the boards back to the net, far side for Maroon. Back to the point, a long shot, knocked down, and as it rolls into the goal crease, it is covered up by Samsonov, who didn't seem to know where it was at one point.
I honestly thought he had caught it.
I did too, the way his glove was up there, yeah.
And then you saw it suddenly appear to his right, and fortunately he saw it when we did and was able to cover up.
Carlo from DeBrusque and Lindholm is the scoring play that makes it 2-0 Boston. Bruins making a change with a face-off in the Toronto zone to the left. Pontus Holmberg is out there with Nick Robertson and Kalle Järnkrok.
Austin Matthews tonight has won just 4 of 12 in the face-off dot. Kalle Järnkrok is going to take this one.
As Holmberg was waved out, and Järnkrok wins the draw. Round back at the net, Lyubushkin. A pass up on the wing, deflected by Robertson into the zone. Robertson trying to keep the puck in, but the Bruins have played it back into the Toronto end, and Holmberg has to go back there against Frederick and got it around the boards as Riley played it ahead for Robertson, but he didn't get it out. Puck in along the boards in back of the net now and grabbed off by Lyubushkin. Up ahead at center. Järnkrok plays it in over the line. Trying to get it in deeper there was Robertson, but failing, and the Bruins are back in. Trying to drive the net here is Geekie, and that was stopped on the short side. Brought back by the Leafs in a lead pass. Here's Holmberg with a chance in over the line, but can't get around the defensive peak. It goes around back of the net, and Kevin Shattenkirk, the veteran, gets it ahead into the neutral zone, only to have it knocked away, but the Bruins carry on. In on the left wing is Lauko. Lauko from an angle didn't shoot it, and then it's taken heavily to the boards there by Benoit. Leafs counter and bring it out at center. Trying to work to the line, but now having it stolen was McCabe. And Matthews has to go back. It'll be brought in on a delayed offside, and the Leafs have it there. Played ahead at center. Knocked back to the Leaf blue line. Regrouped to McCabe. Up ahead now for Max Domi. Fed high, but knocked out of the air by the Bruin defense before it reached Bertuzzi, but the Leafs come away with it again. Domi for Bertuzzi, and off his skate and into the zone it goes. Bertuzzi into the corner, knocks his man down. Puck around the boards to the left wing side. Back to the point, sent in by Edmondson behind the net. In along the right wing boards comes Liljegren, but he can't come up with it. And the Bruins are going to get it flipped high to center ice. Knocked down there by Edmondson, and Edmondson carries back. In on the left wing it goes. A wrist shot is into the glove of goaltender Swayman from Dewar. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Boston zone. The shots are 21-14 in favor of the Maple Leafs, but the score is 2-0 in favor of the Boston Bruins.
And you certainly don't hang anything on Ilya Samsonov, Joe. But Jeremy Swayman has come up with some huge stops for the Bruins and timely ones. Leafs had a chance to tie it in the opening minutes of the second period, beat on a 4-on-3 power play. Swayman snuffed that out, and the Bruins came right back and made it 2-0 on the goal by Carlo.
Face off in the Bruins zone to the right. Tavares, Marner, and Nyes for the Maple Leafs. Again, Willie Nylander is not in the lineup. Played every game of the regular season and then woke up and had some discomfort, or believes it kind of a neck or back type of an issue that has not had him have that before, as it's flipped into the side of the Bruins goal. Marner couldn't get to it, and the Bruins break out now with three of them to center. Brought in on the left wing side for Zacha. Drop pass down, going to the net with a shot, is followed up by Samsonov off Matt Grzelcyk, who jumped into the rush and was part of the attack, and a good save made by Ilya Samsonov with 10:23 to play, second period.
Matthew Nyes got back to make it a 3-on-3, but then Boston defense jumps into the play and beats the Leafs forward back into the slot, and Ilya Samsonov has to come up with a big stop.
Leafs are out. Sorry, Jimmy.
I was going to say, let's face it, Ilya Samsonov's game is probably in overtime right now.
Yeah.
To give up another one and might be a little, at any time, a little too much to come back on.
10-4, the Leafs out shooting the Bruins, but have not been rewarded. Camp will lean in against John Beecher. No, he won't, because Beecher just got set out. And the draw won by the Bruins, knocked into the corner by Benoit. Leafs get it to the line, and with time, get it out into the center ice area and flipped into the Boston zone. Chipped right back out at center ice. Jesper Boqvist can't get to the Leaf blue line. The battle goes on. The puck goes back to Boston territory. Shattenkirk off the boards, chopped in over the line and into the Leaf zone. Benoit will ring the wall with it, but it's not going to clear, and a bouncing puck was into the slot area, cleared into the corner by McCabe. He takes his man up against the boards. Boqvist trying to come out with it, but Benoit has him tied up. Maroon has it knocked off his stick, and with time and space, David Camp skates to center. Camp will play it into the near corner. In goes Calle Yarncrook. He won't be able to get to the loose puck. Bruins get it out at center, and Pasternak gets it off to Heinen. Heinen against the boards, had it intercepted. A long lead pass comes to center ice, and it's brought in over the line by Nyes. Nyes stops up, sends it in along the boards, but has it stolen. Bruins racing away on the right side, but Lilligren getting back, and it's Pasternak trying to get in front of the goal. He's taken down, and the Leafs counter. Marner to the line and in, trying to flip it in along the wall after broken up as Tavares was roaring to the front of the net. Heinen back in for Boston. Knocked away again. Played out at center ice. Grzelcyk will have to reorganize. He's just going to shoot it into the Toronto zone. Bruins 2, the Maple Leafs no score. Long lead pass. Bertuzzi. Matthews with a shot. He whistled it high. The rebound came to the side of the goal. Matthews fighting for it back to the net. Couldn't come up with it. Riley into the slot. Wrist shot coming from Bertuzzi was high and wide. Lavushkin is able to keep it in. Centering pass in front of the net. Lavushkin can't knock it towards the net. DeBrusk will play it high to center ice. Off a stick. Leafs able to come away with it, but it's going to be a glove pass. Play whistle dead. And a face-off will come in the center ice zone when we return. The Maple Leafs trailing the Boston Bruins 2-0. You're listening to Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on Sirius XM as Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets try to fend off challengers to their crown.
Back over to Jokic in a deep three. Yes!
Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. Thank you all for being here and creating this amazing community that we have here for Toronto sports. All of you are insiders. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I made a decision today that we have been talking about here on the channel. We were going to donate 50% of the revenue from the channel to Sick Kids Hospital. I changed my mind today. We're going all in, 100%. Every single penny that we make from today, Game 1, all the way through the elimination of the Leafs in the playoffs, or when we lift the Stanley Cup and take it all home for the first time since 1967. Ladies and gentlemen, this is up to us. It depends on all of us. Chat it up, let your friends know. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, and let's make a difference in our community. I'm alive today because of the great things that Sick Kids have done, and I'm lucky enough to have a platform and all of you amazing people here in the chat cheering on our buds for the playoffs. Go Leafs go. Let's get pumped up. Let's get that fire in the chat, and we'll talk to you guys real soon. Back to the action. Go Leafs go. Let's change the world, one insider at a time.
Stellick along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph with you. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado along. Doug Lane pushing buttons here. Owen Hall producing, and Matthew Cardadero probably going out for coffee or doing something that's somewhat important back at the studio. Face-off outside the Toronto blue line, 2-0 Boston. We're past the midway point of the game, 8:21 to go, second period. Draw one by Toronto. It's been a better second period for the Maple Leafs, who are out shooting the Bruins 21-16. But they've not been rewarded. Bruins punch it out at center ice. Benoit getting it back now for McCabe. And the Bruin fans are chanting USA, USA. Yeah, we know where you live. Puck at center ice, brought in over the line by Holmberg, and the Bruins will set it up. You know, in 1812, we beat your ass in a war, so just remember that. Long shoot-in is loved by Samsonov and Hill. You know what? If you go over to the museum where the old Ironside, right, is the longest-serving warship in the United States Navy. It was from the War of 1812. Yeah, they forgot about the part where we come down here and burn down the White House for them and then actually won that war. So the last time the Americans ever lost a war, it wasn't USA, USA. It was Canada, Canada. So take that.
Well,
okay, my history lesson is over.
It is a little more difficult to chant Massachusetts.
Oh, true. I guess that's true. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
Imagine organizing that for 18,000 people.
You'd have to hold up placards, cue cards. Draw to the right in the Toronto zone. Oh, we love our neighbors. Come on. Draw one by the Bruins, and a wrist shot taken by Zacha right into the chest of the Leaf netminder.
Boy, face-offs, that's another need for improvement. The Leafs just 40% in the face-off circle. Well, John Tavares, Joe, is only taken, that's his seventh draw, is 4-3.
Well, he'll take this one against Pavel Zacha. Heinen and Pasternak on the flanks. Bruins win the draw. Back to Grzelcyk. It's a point with a shot. That deflects wide of the goal. Tavares is onto it, trying to play it up the boards. They don't get it out initially, but then it's poked to center ice, and Boston will lose it now, and Marner regroups the puck to the near boards and cleared in by McCabe. Out of the net, Swayman. Puck comes around to the far side for Danton Heinen. Heinen is chased back by Nyes. Nyes got it down into the corner. Bit of a turnover here as the Leafs get it back to the blue line, and it bounces out at center ice, and McCabe couldn't keep it in. Now he plays it back to his defense partner in Liljegren. Will work it up the boards and misses a hit there from Pasternak. The puck in along the boards and out at center ice. Liljegren will have to chase back into his defensive zone. 2-0 Boston. Left wing side. McCabe with a long shoot in wide of the net. Bounces out in front, but it is Grzelcyk getting there first for Boston and getting it up on the wing and out at center ice. And Morgan Riley goes back. Now a long lead pass in over the line for Domi. Domi into the slot, holds, lets the shot go, and that was deflected wide of the Boston goal. Boy, when he lifts that leg up and he shoots, I'm seeing Dad. Here's a shot on goal taken by Bertuzzi that was stopped. Back of the net it goes. And a penalty coming.
And they're surveying Charlie McAvoy, so the Leafs might be in trouble for more than two.
Well, it doesn't seem to be.
And who is it? Austin Matthews is going. A second high-sticking penalty the Leafs take in front of the Boston goal. And getting another look at it. Matthews was just trying to jump past McAvoy to go after the loose puck, but had the stick up and caught him. And the Bruins will go to their fourth power play of the night.
13:38, the time of the penalty, and the penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. And this is paramount to having to be killed off. And it's into the corner, and Marner gets it ahead, and it'll be sent the rest of the way down the ice by Camp. Marner and Camp are the penalty killing forwards. McCabe and Edmondson start on the back end. Zacha through center, drops the puck back. Brought on by Pasternak, in on the left wing side for Maroon. Played around back of the net, cut off by Edmondson, punched around the boards, and it'll clear all the way back into Boston territory. 5:47 to play in the second period. The Bruins with a 2-0 lead. Brought on at center now by Zacha. Zacha hits the line, has the pass intercepted. That's too bad. Lubushkin might have been able to spark a rush there with Yarncrook, but thought, no, we better get rid of this. Bruins again. Minute to go on the power play. DeBrusk in on the right side. Carries down into the corner. Rubbed out by Benoit. Swung around the boards to the line, but Marchand was there to keep it in. Coyle with a pass down low. Pasternak, trying to work in front is Geekie. It comes back to the point. On the far side, a look in front of the net by DeBrusk. DeBrusk with it now, and a shot scores! Jake DeBrusk makes the power play work, and with 4:58 to go, it's 3-0 Boston.
The third goal on 17 shots as DeBrusk gets the puck off the right wing boards, curls out, and from above the top of the right wing circle, snaps the only shot on goal on the power play. They give the Bruins a 3-0 lead.
19 goal scorer in the regular season.
Had 4 points against the Leafs the last 2 games. And by the way, Joe, you need a save there.
Leafs get it back at center ice. Liljegren will send it high into the far corner. And so the Bruins, on their third power play opportunity, are able to score as a rolling puck is swept up by Swayman. And he will hold for a face-off coming in the Boston zone. Bruins with a 3-0 lead here in the second period. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
And booked. That's summer sorted.
Summer? It's barely spring.
Yeah. You don't want to lose your spot in the sun. I searched for weeks, but Sell Off Vacation is where the deals are at. Like Cuba at up to 50% off.
Wait, really? And you booked it just like that?
Yeah, it was easy. Like all-inclusive vacations should be.
Hold on. Can't talk now. I'm getting vacation ready.
Cuba is Unica.
Don't wait. Book with a travel expert or at selloffvacations.com.
Face-off coming in the Boston zone, and the hole is a large one that the Maple Leafs are in, down 3-0 against a team that is very judicious in their defensive coverage, and their goaltender, Jeremy Swayman, has been outstanding, and right now that is the difference.
And obviously the first one, a 2-on-1, you cannot fault Ilya Samsonov. You can make the case that they were good shots, but it's the Stanley Cup playoffs, and as much as you need your top guys at one end, you can't have goaltending at the other end that there might be a question mark.
Yeah. Carlo and DeBrusque were from fairly well out. Yep. Draw in the Bruins zone, won by Boston, cleared to the line and out at center ice. Liljegren waiting for teammates to get onside, sends it down and didn't wait long enough. Apparently the linesman blowing the play dead. Face-off will be out into neutral ice.
Well, and the other thing, coming in, we talked about the Leafs giving up multi-goals in the period. Well, it's 2 already in the second period for the Bruins. And they've had a hooking against Florida, 3 in the first against New Jersey. And, you give up goals in bunches. When it comes to this time of year, you are battling uphill.
And a penalty coming here.
To Bertuzzi again. And here we go.
Is it Bertuzzi or Domi?
I thought it was Bertuzzi was in front of the official.
Slashing call. Wow. Okay. Well, this has got to even up, wouldn't you suggest, at some point in time?
Game 5, 4. So everything that we talked about or had concerns about has pretty much played out here in the first 2 periods, right? I want to be more aggressive, but if you take penalties for it, you're going to be in trouble. You need secondary scoring, but you need your big guys to score. They haven't found the board. You need above average goaltending, which to this point, they haven't had.
Bruins win the face-off and get it back to the blue line. Shattenkirk with a pass down low is deflected. It's going to roll ever so slowly, but get out at center ice. Camp chases Shattenkirk deeper into the Boston zone. Shattenkirk pulls away and gets it ahead to Pasternak. Pasternak across the line. Maroon knocked down on the play was Pasternak, but no call there, and is cleared into the corner and grabbed off by Pavel Zacha. Now to Pasternak. Pasternak lost it. The Leafs are able to get it free, and Camp is going to just roll it off the boards and send it down into Boston territory to get a change of penalty killers. Minute 20 to go in the 4th power play opportunity for Boston. The Leafs have had 1. And across the line, Pasternak in, and that may have just gone off the blocker of Samsonov and wide. Pasternak centers again. Bouncing puck chopped at and cleared on the backhand by Pontus Holmberg. Leafs will not make any effort to change their penalty killing complement. Bruins change a lot of their power play. Coyle working to center. Played to the line on a drop and a delay. Now comes around on the near side, and it would be whistled down. And it'll be brought, they're going to say just at center. That wasn't an intentional, and Marchand may have won an argument here with the linesman.
47 seconds to go in the penalty to Max Domi.
3:08 to play in the second period. And a huge hill for the Maple Leafs. Down 3-love. Face-off won by Toronto. Joel Edmondson has an angle to send it off the far boards and down the ice. Bruins back. 37 seconds left in the power play. McAvoy to Marchand. A drop pass comes back for Marchand. He loses it, and it is brought back by Connor Dewar, but he has no opportunity to get around McAvoy and just got it down into the Bruins zone to kill off more time with 18 seconds left in the Domi minor. Shot in and around the boards to the near side. Chipped along the wall by McCabe, but it doesn't clear. Back at the point, McAvoy pass in front of the goal. They score! From the side of the net. And this one doesn't have much better order to it either.
5 seconds away from killing it. 3 goals in the second period for the Bruins. Scored on their only shot in the last power play. They scored 1 on 2 shots on this one. So the Leafs haven't given up a lot. And trying to look again. Yeah, Samsonov gets a piece of this. Marchand plays it out to the top of the crease. And DeBrusk from close range banks it in, and Sheldon Keefe might have a decision as far as who to put in goal for the start of the third period.
Well, he may have a decision as far as game 2.
Well, that's what I mean. I think if you make the move.
Leafs carry out at center, flipping it in over the line. Lindholm couldn't get it out. Here's Liljegren to the near side. Matthews with a shot, and a pad save made by Swayman. Back to the point it goes to Riley. Riley back in for Matthews, near corner, sweeping it in front, and that's going to deflect up into the crowd, out of play. DeBrusk from McAvoy and Marchand on the first power play, and then DeBrusk from Marchand and McAvoy in the second.
Well, so there's specialty teams. There's your top players coming up big at the right time.
And the Leafs.
And the Leafs still out shooting Boston 24-21. But the bottom line is, and we said it right off the top, didn't we? Be more aggressive. But if the game is going to be called where you're taking all the penalties, now you're screwed. You know, that takes away from that aggression and that mentality.
Face-off, knocked out.
Whoa.
Matthews got tripped, and there's going to be a penalty here. Now DeBrusk.
And
Bertuzzi over on the far side. And no, it's not DeBrusk. It's McAvoy who was involved, but that will settle, and the Leafs are going to get a power play opportunity here. And the power play is brought to you by your Subaru dealer. Embrace spring weather with Subaru all-weather drive event. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today.
Man, I don't know what Bruins getting the penalty because nobody's coming to the box.
It's a penalty. It's a 2-minute minor for interference.
Did I miss that? But he didn't tell us who it was. Nobody knows who's got the penalty. And even the ref just said it's an interference penalty. And not one Bruin is putting their hand up saying, hey, it was me.
Uh-oh. Someone has been told. No.
Well, now the Leafs will probably get a delay of game penalty here. Well, the officials figure it out.
Apparently it's Coyle. Well, he tripped. He was taking the face off, and he tripped Matthews. So Coyle is in the box.
Yeah.
And if there is ever going to be any kind of a resurgence, it better start here.
According to Coyle.
Oh, very good. Played in around the boards, and it's going to be swept out and down the ice by Boston, who wins the face-off. Minute 47 to play in the period. Drop pass for Matthews. Works through center to the right wing side to Marner, and on the wing it goes to Yarncrook. Yarncrook down into the corner. Able to steer it along the boards, but the Bruins come up with it, but they don't get it out. And now the Leafs play it out at center. Yarncrook for Riley. Riley dropping for Matthews. Matthews starting through center with a pass that misfires, and Yarncrook has to go back. Now the Leafs with it again, dropping for Matthews. Matthews works through center. Matthews to the line, flipping it in, and goes into the corner after it. It'll be beaten to the puck by Brandon Carlo. The puck comes around the boards, but the Leafs have it under control and working it back to the blue line. Just kept in by Riley. Now to Marner to Riley again. Riley drops it back for Marner. Marner holds, lurks it on the near boards, gets it back again from Tavares at the point. Marner right wing or left wing side, holding the puck at the half boards. Nobody in front of the net. Back to the point, a shot by Riley is blocked, and it is shot down the ice by Boston. Riley back now with just 34 seconds left in the period.
Boy, if Samsonov had taken a look, Mitch Marner was wide open on the right wing side, right at the Boston blue line.
Brought on now by Robertson. Chips it in. Boy, if he'd have just left his feet there, he'd have taken a penalty right there. The Bruins turn the puck over, bring it out at center. Zacha gets it up on the right wing. Here's a chance for DeBrusk driving the net. It comes back to the point. Final 7 seconds left in the period. And the Maple Leafs are going to go to the dressing room down 4 after 40 minutes.
And if you wonder how you finish the regular season, what does that mean going into the playoffs? Well, for the Leafs, it meant the same thing we've seen the last 4 or 5 games. Giving up goals in bunches and not even a shot on the power play. 6 seconds left in it as we head to the intermission, but Leafs don't even get an opportunity as the Bruins take a 4-0 lead into the dressing room. And for me, the big question will be, is Joseph Woll in goal to start the third period? Not putting it all on Ilya Samsonov, but you better figure out in a hurry if you've got an option in that.
Well, it is a situation that has befell the Leafs here, that they have allowed just 22 shots on goal, 11 in that period, but 4 of them have found the back of the net. We'll step aside for Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado. 4-0 Boston. It's only game 1, but it is a telltale sign. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team, don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team, don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Lachlan and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the Sirius XM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the Sirius XM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Is on.
TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And trailing Boston 4-0 after 40 minutes of play. TSN After 40 delivered by 241 Pizza. Get a free medium one-topping pizza with a $25 minimum purchase before tax and delivery. Online orders only. Visit 241pizza.com. Use the code FREEM for that free medium. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado with you. Frankie C., that was a tough one.
That is a big-time no guy, Jimmy, all the way around. Actually, I thought Toronto had some good opportunities in the offensive zone. Like, they were playing in Boston's zone quite a bit. They had the shot advantage early on in that period, but like we talked about in the pregame, if you're going to have unforced errors and self-inflicted wounds, the Boston Bruins will capitalize on that. And really, that is the story throughout that entire period. You want to start with the Brandon Carlo goal? Why is Pontus Holmberg screening Ilya Samsonov? Like, give your goaltender a chance to see that puck. If he sees that puck, he's probably making the save. Now, moving on to the power play goal Jake DeBrusk scores. Simon Benoit, he's going out to attack it's Brad Marchand. So he goes out. DeBrusk gets the puck. Benoit goes out. He leads with his stick, which is fine. The only problem is Benoit takes away the near side of the net. He's supposed to take away the opposite side of the net because the goaltender and the defenseman have a little bit of an agreement, Jimmy, that the defenseman is going to take away the far side, meaning the goalie knows he looks on the other side, the close side of the net. He does that. DeBrusk puts it on the far side. Samsonov looks silly because he's looking on the wrong side, but he's told to look on that side of the net, which is really unfortunate for him. And that's a puck. He would have been able to make that save. I think he needs to battle a little more through that in order to make that save. But regardless, it's in the back of the net. And Toronto was just way too undisciplined in that entire period. You can't take that many penalties and expect the Boston Bruins to not score on the power play. And it's DeBrusk who gets 2 power play goals.
Well, it's almost like they lost their cohesion after the first period. There's a lot of physical play there, and it took its toll. On the Carlo goal, you want to back that up about 15 seconds. They had so many giveaways. They couldn't control the puck in their own stick in their own zone.
No kidding. And they have an opportunity to get the puck out multiple times, and they bat it around, and then sure enough, that line with Holmberg, Yarncroke, and Nyes, and Benoit and Riley, it's a mixed bag line, and they're stuck in their own zone. They're tired, and Carlo blasts that shot past Ilya Samsonov. Like, those are the kinds of things you can't get away with that kind of stuff playing against the Bruins. It's not going to happen. And for the most part, I thought Matthew Nyes had an aggressive period, but there's a couple times where it's like those are the kinds of giveaways that don't work in your favor against this team. And, as that period went on, it felt like Toronto couldn't get anything going offensively. You mentioned it, cohesion. They were not up and down the ice in 5-man units at all. There were, sporadic moments where it feels like one guy is on an island by himself. There's some bobbling pucks. It's like that was not even close to how well Toronto can play in that period.
Yeah, they lost their connection with each other, and so that's what the Bruins do to you, and some of it's self-inflicted. So the ultimate question would be, Game 1, you're down 4-0. What do you try to do in that third period? And it's not win the game. You're trying to set the table for Game 2.
You take it one goal at a time. You take it one shift at a time. And yeah, you're right. You're probably not going to win this game, but it is an investment in a 7-game series. So every hit matters. Every goal you can score late in the game matters. And for Toronto, whether you lose the game 6-1 or 2-1, you're down 1-0 in the series. So you have an opportunity next game, no matter what, to try and even things up. So you just find a way to create some kind of momentum for yourself as a team so that when everyone goes back into the dressing room, instead of being so dejected and defeated with the way this game went, maybe it gives you just a little bit to hang on to and say, we can actually do something here. Like, we can win this series. But, what Toronto has done so far in this game with the undisciplined stick penalties, the penalty kill that hasn't been good enough, the goaltender not being able to make some saves that he should make, that is not a recipe for success for Toronto, and it's no wonder they're down 4-0 in this game.
So let me ask you this. They had a lot of grit in this lineup, and it was like they were trying to counter what the Bruins do, which is fine. But I'm just, it's hard to watch those first 40 minutes without doing an edit on the game and plugging in other players and making other players healthy. With different players in here, they're not down 4-0.
Well, I mean, you can play aggressive. You can be physical. You can be the ones who initiate all that kind of stuff. The thing about the Bruins, they're very experienced in that kind of game. Like they've played that game year in, year out. That's who they are. That's what they do. This may be a little bit of foreign territory for some of the players on Toronto, and you can see how they've crossed the line a little bit, especially when it comes to the stick penalties, which has been a big issue for them. Be aggressive, but keep your stick on the ice. Don't get your stick up, and that's been part of the.
What's up, guys? I'm going to jump in here. It's kind of a lot of needless talk anyway, given the fact that we're down 4-0. Mary, what are you doing, girl? Mary, what are you doing? That's my girl Mary right here. Anyways, we're almost at 15,300 subscribers. Thank you all. This has been quite a night, even though it's been fairly ugly so far. Even though the result is so far as 4-0, even though we're only 40 minutes in, it's not indicative of the play that I've seen from the Leafs. I will say that. But anyways, I'm off to get in the car and go for a ride. I'm going to be in the chat on the phone at the red lights, and we'll be holding it down here. So anyways, guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and please tell your friends. Please tell your friends about us. We have had an unbelievable night, over $100 American in Super Chats, because that's how it comes through to me, because I am here in the United States, in Chicago, the Chicagoland area. But anyways, guys, thank you. This has been absolutely amazing, and my mom is looking down on us right now. Those of you who've been around for a long time, you know my mom, Karen, in the chat. Karen was always in the chat in the Leafs games when I was here doing the live, play-by-plays and whatnot. But things have changed because I'm a dad now, and I got to go drive around and do all these things that a dad of four has to do. Anyways, guys, big third period ahead. Let's go, boys. Please keep the chat positive, all right? It's the first game. We've got this. Be Leaf. Go Leafs, go. It ain't over till it's over. We got 20 minutes left. I'll be in the chat on the phone. Peace. And talking to great grandma in Vancouver.
Your imagination, a great workout of its own. During Nissan's Spring Into Savings event, lease the 2024 Pathfinder for $498 monthly. Offer includes a 1% rate reduction. S for $2,999 down at 3.99% for 24 months. Conditions apply.
Commander?
Yes, Captain.
How did their spaceship escape?
They have fiber, Captain. It's faster than cable.
Faster, huh?
Indeed, Captain. Plus, they have the fastest Wi-Fi in the galaxy.
What else have they got?
Well, it's also the most reliable technology, Captain.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, indeed.
Get Bell Pure Fiber, Canada's fastest internet and Wi-Fi, starting from $60 a month. Visit bell.ca/purefiber internet for more details and to check availability. Bell. Internet just got better.
We all have the power to shape the world. We're connected to the world we share, to each other. I am future. I wait in the world of Echo.
Discover the extraordinary with Echo, the spectacular new show by Cirque du Soleil. Opens May 8th under the Big Top at Toronto Lakeshore Boulevard West. Tickets at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
The world is yours to create.
Echo thanks its presenting partner Sun Life and its official partners Air Canada and MasterCard.
For 35 years, Kids Help Phone has provided free confidential support to millions of young people across Canada. On Sunday, May 5th, we invite you to raise funds for youth mental health by taking part in BMO Walk So Kids Can Talk. This is your chance to help every young person in Canada feel out loud. Register, fundraise, donate, or walk. Join the movement at walksokidscantalk.ca.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota and check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. Guy, it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. One other game long since done. Carolina 3-1 over the Islanders. Carolina obviously with a 1-0 series lead. In our game, 4-0 for Boston over Toronto after 40 minutes of play. Shots on goal. Samsonov has stopped 17-21 at the other end. Swayman has stopped all 24. Big climb for the Leafs ahead, maybe, or maybe set the table for Game 2. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeart Radio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
this is Eddie Vedder.
Hey, it's Jeff Ament.
This is Mike McCready from Pearl Jam. Our new album, Dark Matter, just arrived. Dark Matter! And we're here to personally introduce you to every track.
No hyperbole, I think this is our best work.
Join us throughout the weekend
on our exclusive SiriusXM channel.
Pearl Jam Radio.
Channel 22 in the SiriusXM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the SiriusXM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the SiriusXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, yeah, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round two. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Back here at TD Garden as the Maple Leafs trail 4-0 to the Boston Bruins. And to answer Jim Ralph's question, Ilya Samsonov is back in goal for Toronto.
Well, we did have a discussion with some people up here, and feeling was, should you say we're going to put Joe Wall into the third? If by chance he gets lit up for 2 or 3, then you get a bigger problem. This may be a telltale sign that, Joseph Wall might be considered the starter for game 2. I was a little surprised that down the stretch, Ilya Samsonov got the bulk of the work as Joseph Wall was coming back from injury. And just a couple of the goals that we've seen, and you and I have talked about this, how many goals the Leafs give up on shots from between the top of the circle and the blue line.
And that's and not fighting to see it, I guess, is the thing that we're critical of. But when you've given up 21 shots, but you've allowed 4 goals, and that save percentage is just nowhere near what you need to have in, never mind the postseason, any game.
Just 13 seconds left in the penalty to Charlie Coyle. And it looks like the Leafs are going to go with the Tavares line with Marner and Matthew Nyes. But at the very least, the Leafs can show a little bit of character here in the third. Battle back, try to win every shift. Maybe get a gift or 2 from the hockey gods.
And puck is dropped, and we're underway to start the third period. And the puck comes back to Mitch Marner. Leafs moving right to left on your radio dial. Shot into the left wing corner. Liljegren pinches and is able to come away with it. Good hit in front of the net. Bouncing puck is cleared by Boston and out at center ice. Deflected down into the zone by Marner. He's going to get over on the right wing side, but here's Marchand starting out of his own zone. He got it ahead at center, a turnover. Tavares with an avenue down the left wing and a drive, and he hit him right in the pad.
Swayman knew he had to shoot and came well out.
Played to center ice by Boston. DeBrusk sends it down into the Toronto end. Riley around back of the net. DeBrusk trying to get a hit in on the Leaf defenseman, but it did not materialize, and Domi gets an outlet pass to center. Paid it in off a deflection there by DeBrusk and almost caught Morgan Riley right in the mouth. Played down into the Toronto zone. What was the record for shutouts, Mr. Ralph? I'll let you revisit that.
Same as the second period.
Yeah. Played ahead at center, and Dewar will just get it into Boston territory. Lindholm got it out at center, and the Maple Leafs are there to play it back. Domi was heading for the bench. Now Camp can't come up with it initially, but has it turned over and brings it out at center. Played it ahead for Reeves. Shattenkirk far side. Reeves took it away from him now to Camp, who can't get a backhand away as he drove the net. Played back to the point. Benoit keeps it in with a shot knocked down in front of the net. In front, they score! David Camp knocks it in past goaltender Swayman, and the Leafs are on the board. And now that record continues.
229. Should have used it off the opening face-off. So a lot of things continuing, and that includes secondary scoring as Connor Dewar makes a great play. When he gets the puck on his stick, he knows Camp is going to the front of the net. Dewar gets it and just slides a backhand pass across the top of the crease. And David Camp puts it in, so the fourth line of the Bruins open the scoring for Boston, and the first goal of the series for the Leafs comes from the fourth line as well.
From the little acorn grew the mighty oak, Mr. Ralph. Into the corner now for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg against the boards, got it back on the wing for Liljegren. Liljegren chops it around the boards, pinching down Joel Edmondson with a shot, hit the side of the goal. Robertson back on the far half boards, still with it into the corner. Stops up, now looks for an outlet. Still with it as he backhands for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg with it on the far boards. Back to Robertson. Robertson plays it around back of the net. Morgan Riley is way up there. Cleared on the backhand, but cut off. Robertson with a shot. Big rebound in front. Oh, and it was swept just wide of the Bruins goal. Leafs pressing here with Marner. Long shot. Blocked in front. Another shot. Stopped by Swayman. And the puck is still free. Leafs with it again, trying to get it in front. Marner had it off a skate.
Boy, you like this. Whether they come back and have the miracle finish in this game or not, you like the fact that the Leafs have not just laid down to start the third period.
Reeves and Benoit get the assist. I thought
No,
Dewar.
it was Dewar, yeah.
Sure it was.
I think Benoit fired it from the point towards the front of the net. Dewar got it and then relayed the backhand pass across. But then the Leafs nearly followed up with another one.
Tavares, Matthews, Marner, the forward line.
Remember last year the Leafs were down 4-1 in Tampa in the third period.
Yep. Matthews was knocked down. The puck comes back along the boards. He is able to block it partially. Bruins now backhanding it. Blocked by Benoit. Puck bouncing now to Matthews. Matthews sends it around the boards to the far side. Marner able to come away with it. Centering pass didn't reach it. It comes back to Benoit. Shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Marner back of the net looking for Tavares. Tavares holds in front with a shot off the goal post. Benoit rattled it off iron, or the Leafs would have been right back in the hunt. Bruins looking to play it out, and they get it out. And wow, how many players have they got on here?
They've gotten away with a few of those early substitutions.
The fact that they didn't handle the puck really is no excuse. Leafs send it right back into the offensive zone. Camp against the boards. It comes back to Edmondson. He can't send it to the net, but clears back of the goal. Camp trying to dig it free. It comes off the boards to the point. A drive, whistle wide, and I don't think Swayman saw that off the stick of Joel Edmondson. Leafs keeping it in, and it's going to be pushed out now by Boston to center, and carried back now by Coyle to stretch things out as the Leafs are changing. Carlo shoots it down into the Toronto zone. That deflected off something, and with Samsonov back of the net, it did go back of the goal. A lead pass down into the offensive zone for Domi. Couldn't come up with it cleanly. Matthews frees it up for Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi out with a shot, and that was just off the mark wide, and it'll carry him to center ice. Labushkin sending it back. The Bruins bring it in on a delayed offside, and out comes Morgan Riley. Leafs have got the pedal to the metal. They need to be rewarded here. And along the boards is swept around back of the net for Domi in the far corner. Domi works it back to the blue line to Labushkin. Labushkin holds, sends it purposely wide of the net. Back of the goal, centering pass, and unable to get a stick on it was Riley. And the Bruins have cleared it back into the Toronto zone. 4-1. Zaka sends it back in. Leafs slowly bringing it out. Labushkin trying to stretch it out. Lead pass for Yarncrook. He just did get it in over the line, but the Bruins turn it over, and Pasternak working back. Good back checking there by Robertson. The puck goes high into the air, and Yarncrook is there to settle it. Leafs get it up on the left wing for Benoit. He hit the goal post just moments ago. Pass into the goal crease area. Robertson couldn't get a stick on it. Bruins sending it back to the Toronto blue line. Robertson rubbed out in the far corner with a good hit. Leafs round back of the net. Good elbow thrown by McCabe, straightened up the Bruin player, but it comes back to the blue line. Grzelcyk with a shot, and that deflected wide of the Leaf goal. Into the corner, it's sent back again to the point. Grzelcyk again to the near side to McAvoy. Back to Grzelcyk, a pass back into the front. A backhand shot was stopped by Samsonov. Bruins now with some pressure here. Down the boards, McAvoy. Back of the net, around to the far side, kept in by Grzelcyk. Grzelcyk walks to the middle of the ice, holds, still with it, off on the wing, cross ice pass, winding in a shot, blocked in front, breaking the stick there of Yarncrook. He gets one from the bench. Leafs unable to get to the loose puck. Far corner, they battle for it now. Bruins sending it around on the near side. McAvoy at the point, and a penalty coming to Toronto. You have got to be kidding me. Here's DeBrusk sending it around into the corner for Marchand. Back to the blue line. On the wing for McAvoy. McAvoy playing catch with it. Back to Marchand. Marchand curls on the far half boards. Pass is going to be grabbed off finally by Toronto. And here it is.
And what is it?
I don't know, because I did not see anything.
Toronto penalty, 22, 2 minutes, interference.
Interference to
Jake
McKay. And the Leafs will be a man short for the 5th time in the hockey game. And that was courtesy of Gord Dwyer. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The future stars of fantasy football will be on display at the NFL Draft.
With the first pick.
And Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you get ready for your rookie drafts, dynasty leagues, and season-long drafts.
It's the best draft class we'll have seen in our lifetime. This is what we play for, off-season dynasty leaguers. It is just the most exciting time.
Join Alex Dunlap and Cody Carpentier for the Fantasy Sports Radio NFL Draft Preview Show right now on the Sirius XM app. Just search Fantasy Drafts.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Well, I still haven't seen the penalty with Jake McCabe, but he's in the box.
Well, I mean, I just saw the replay, and I haven't seen the penalty either, unless the replay missed it.
Dropped out at center ice. Leafs are able to carry it to the line and in. Marner holds, tried to send it towards the net for Camp, but it went off a skate. Here's Coyle, bringing it back to the line and in for Boston. Going wide on Benoit. Played off a stick and out and down the ice as the Leafs are able to deflect it back into Boston territory. Changes for the Leafs. On the penalty kill, Yarncrook out there along with was it Holmberg in along the boards back of the Toronto goal, dug out there by Joel Edmondson. He got it ahead, a pass ahead, and Pontus Holmberg is on a one-on-one rush, but taken wide efficiently by Charlie McCoy and McAvoy, and then he.
What is interference?
And the ref was looking right at it. Now a pass in front of the goal, and the Leaf end is broken up. Morgan Riley pushing it ahead for Pontus Holmberg. Gets it back again. Riley in over the line is just going to flip it to the net. It's gloved and thrown aside by Swayman.
That was almost comical, wasn't it? McAvoy took his man to the boards and then pinned him there.
Yep. And the puck wasn't within us.
60
a
feet.
Zone. Here's Pasternak playing it around the boards to the near side. Grzelcyk keeps it alive. Knocked down along the boards, played by Maroon to the far side, and Pasternak has it there. Pasternak dropping it off. Here's Zacha with a shot. Blockered away there by Samsonov. Grabbed off by Dewar, but he took his time before sending it out, but now he does get it ahead. And Benoit will come to center with a long shoot in, and Swayman an easy catch. Penalty is expired in 5 seconds time. Shot back down into the Toronto zone. The damage done on the 2 power plays in the second period that escalated the lead from 2-0 to 4-0. Played down into the Boston end. Leafs need to get that mojo back that they had starting this third period. Here's Domi getting it back to the point. Just kept in by Lyubushkin. Back of the net. Matthews trying to dig it free. Played around the boards. Cut off on the far side. Lyubushkin finds Riley. Riley at the blue line. A bank pass trying to find Domi. Kept alive. Domi trying to keep it in, but the Bruins get it out at center. And now a race for it on the left wing from a sharp angle, and not shooting it was Beecher. He'll play around into the near corner. Coyle arrives there for Boston. Back to the net, cut off, and it is Lyubushkin. Starting out with a pass ahead. Domi will launch it high towards the net. It'll be on goal and smothered by Swayman with Bertuzzi in the neighborhood.
Well, 5-2 power plays favoring the Bruins. And they found the back of the net twice, as you mentioned, in the second period. Specialty teams are always going to be important in the postseason, but Bruins coming in were just 3 for 32 in their last 12 games on the power play. And they scored 2 in the second period alone.
Face-off is in the Boston zone to the right of Swayman. 10:08 to go. Here in the third period, the Leafs down 3. Played back to the point, kept in with a shot that went well wide of the net from Edmondson. Played around to an empty corner. The Leafs are going to get there first. Marner with a glance over his shoulder, but then couldn't make a play. Kept alive, though, by Tavares, and knocked out at center ice by the Boston Bruins. Chipped to the line, and now cleared by Boston into Toronto territory. Liljegren in the far corner. Long lead pass off the stick of Tavares. Couldn't handle it. And then played back now by Charlie McAvoy to get up on the wing for Marchand. Another one of those interesting changes that has gone on for the Bruins without any kind of penalization.
Benoit just grabbed and thrown to the boards.
Played out at center and in on the left wing for Robertson. He couldn't shoot it. Carries back towards the blue line. A pass in the slot and drilled into the chest of Swayman as Holmberg let it go, but a nice setup nonetheless from Nick Robertson, but it's from that range out that Swayman is making the saves and Samsonov has not. It is a 4-1 Boston lead, and you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I just helped Tom with a business loan. He needed to soup up his mechanic shop. Not to brag, but I once modified a car to match my ultra speed. It went so fast, it broke the speed of sound. At least no one was inside. I hope no one was inside. I guess I'll just stick to approving business loans.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Just for license 12616.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat with the delicious taste you've come to expect from Schneider's. Now with 25% less sodium than regular deli meats. They're crafted in Canada using only Schneider's premium cuts of meat, and they're an excellent source of protein. Try all 5 new deli meats, including smoked Black Forest ham and herb turkey from Schneider's. Trusted by Canadians for over 130 years. Brand power helping you buy better.
Got any plans for the summer?
Summer? It's barely spring.
I know, but you don't want to miss out on your spot in the sun. I was searching for weeks before I found my deal with Sell-Off Vacations.
Oh no, the FOMO's starting to kick in already?
Oh yeah, and with packages to Cuba, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic at up to 50% off, you know they're going to go fast.
You're right. I'm going to block out the next hour or so for a business meeting.
Don't wait. Book with your local travel expert or at
selloutvacations.com. I want to thank everybody who has decided to try to match up the audio with video, who are avid listeners to our broadcast. We can't thank you enough for the support that we get throughout the course of the season. And we're talking about people around the world. I mean, the thing that the technology allows now for people to listen to our broadcast in Australia and in Scotland and Europe is amazing.
Before the internet, my dad didn't know I had a job.
You have a job?
Well,
okay. Played high by Marchand into the Leaf zone. Coyle is able to play it around back of the net. Rubbed out there by Liljegren. The puck's still free. Knocked down and cleared around the boards, but it's going to go right past everybody and all the way back into Boston territory. But time, a major league factor here. The Leafs are down 3 with 8:44 to play in the third period. Marchand rubbed out there by Matthews. And the puck played up on the wing, and now Marner starts out. Marner curls back, banks it back into his own zone. Liljegren gives it back to him. He'll work up at center, playing it back into the Leaf zone as he's heading for the bench for a change. Out comes David Camp along with Reeves and Dewar. It's this line that scored. Played down into the corner. Reeves getting a hit on the far boards. A backhand towards the net went just wide. Camp sends it to the front of the net, but that was deflected by the Bruins into the corner. Reeves battles along the boards with Camp. They try to pick it up. More USA chants coming from the Boston crowd. Maybe we should have them all chant England, England about score of 18-12 when they get to Scotiabank Arena. And never mind. Played around back of the net. Brought on at center ice down by McCabe. Couldn't get, I don't think he got to center, and no, he didn't. It'll be an icing call against Toronto, and brought back into the Leaf zone with 7:35 to play here in the period. The Bruins have had exactly one shot in the third period. Well, now I had them at 22, and they have 23 up there, but has there been an adjustment? Was there an adjustment, Mr. Ralph?
I do believe.
Oh, all right, fine. Well, I'm going by what was up there. We got about 8 guys counting shots. We can't get it right. Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. 4-1. The Bruins lead here in game 1. And the Leafs win the face-off. Benoit circles the net. And he has skating room up the left wing boards to get it ahead, and down into the zone it goes. Yarncrook into the forecheck, takes his man Grzelcyk to the boards. The Bruins get it freed up, and it's cleared out at center ice. And Liljegren will get it ahead, and Pontus Holmberg starts back for Toronto. Nifty move to gain the line, got a shot away, but it was off a shin pad and harmlessly wide. Maroon gets it up on the right wing boards. Cut off there. Maroon trying to get a hit in on Yarncrook, and the puck into the corner and around back of the net. Boston with a long lead feed. Apparently touched, says the linesman, so there's no icing. And Maroon took a healthy run there at Joel Edmondson, but the Leafs are able to get it in over the line. Here's Domi, right wing side. Domi centers, and unable to chip it there was Bertuzzi. Coming out of the corner, Domi back to the point. Riley with a shot! It deflected and went off the pad of Swayman. He didn't know it was there for a split second, but was able to cover up on it.
Now you like the fact that the Leafs, despite having the power plays in favor of the Bruins 5-2, the shots are now 32-23 for Toronto. They scored the only goal of the period. And yeah, this was redirected by Tyler Bertuzzi from the point. Bertuzzi went down. I think trying to draw a penalty. Could have been a hook. Might have been a hook at the other end.
Leafs cleared into the corner off a stick. Chopped at. And it's out at center ice and played down into the Toronto end. DeBrusk playing it off the boards to Marchand. Got it in front of the net. The Leafs intercept. And it's pushed ahead. And now Bertuzzi will flip it to the right wing side. He is tackled at the blue line. Not offside or interference. Here's a sweeping pass in front. Domi couldn't redirect. Here's Matthews working it back to the blue line. Riley goes D to D on the far side. Lyubushkin down to Matthews, side of the goal. Back pass then by Bertuzzi, didn't connect, and the Bruins are going to get it out and down into the Leaf end. 5:50 to go. Boston nursing a 4-1 lead, and the Leafs out shooting the Bruins 33-23. And that will be the questioning and the headline tomorrow. And the big question for Game 2, which will be on Monday evening. There's McCabe running into a traffic jam, but got it to the line and out. Bruins Pasternak sends it right back in again. Leafs are able to chip it in over the line, but it is quickly gathered up and played out at the blue line by Peak, and then it's brought back in again offside. So a face-off will come in the center ice area. 5:11 left to play here in the third period. The Leafs down 3, 4-1. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When live music legends...
This is Trey Anastasia from Fish.
...launched their brand new residency at the Las Vegas Sphere.
I am indeed giddy. Thank you guys all for being here.
Catch the vibe live on the band's exclusive SiriusXM channel. Complete concerts, fan reaction, and more. Sphere Week on Fish Radio. Now through Monday. Channel 29 in the car. And on the SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are.
Hockey 24/7 on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. You know, I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get over them.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Maple Leafs trail 4-1 to the Boston Bruins here in Game 1. Maple Leaf Square, a busy spot, and Thomas Coberley, among other Leaf notables, there with the fans who can't be too happy about what has transpired here in Game 1. Although it has been a solid third period for Toronto, but the Bruins have sat back in their defensive mode, and they have been rewarded with it so far. A shot by Reeves is deflected back towards him into the corner. Reeves for Dewar, back along the boards, played back of the net. Boston now on the near side, and they'll get it out at center ice, and it goes over the glass right at the penalty box.
I think the Leafs are asking for a delay a game penalty here. The officials now are going to converge. They're saying, well, the power plays are 5-2. We kind of like the way this game is going.
Yeah, why don't we make it look better on the scoreboard for tomorrow? With 4:48, guys, this isn't going to impact the game whatsoever. I think it'll be just fine.
We might be getting one.
There we are. Oh, Brad Marchand is arguing the call, but here it is.
It's a penalty, 25, 2 minutes to leave game.
That'll help. That'll look good in the East.
Well, you know what? The Leafs actually called the penalty. We had 3 Leafs put their arms up and point. And then 4 officials get together to confirm it. And at what point, with 4:48 to go, does Ilya Samsonov go to the bench for a 2-man advantage?
15-12, the time of the penalty for delay of game, and it is Brandon Carlo who has gone to the penalty box. Well, get one here, you just never know. We've seen it before.
Yes. In this building.
Yes, we have. No, but also, against Columbus a couple of years ago. Now here's Riley down into the corner. Matthews trying to swing it back, but it was off his stick and cleared quickly out and down the ice by Marchand.
And again, this was one of the other things that have always come up. Your best players have to come through for you.
And now a turnover, and Marchand is able to bring it in, and he'll play it around back of the Toronto goal. Brought out by Morgan Riley, and then dropped back from Matthews, who gives to Marner. Marner saucers off to Matthews. He'll hit the blue line. A pass on the left wing for Tavares. He's double teamed and backhanded out and down the ice.
Leafs can't even get the zone to set up.
Samsonov was stick handling with the puck with the Bruin in the vicinity. You know that big goal stick doesn't work nearly as well as the small ones. Brought on by Matthews. Dropped off for Marner, who gains the zone and goes to Tavares. Got it back to the blue line. Quickly to the far side. Nicely kept in by Yarncrook, who's tripped. No call. Here's Tavares in. Works into the corner. Is that not a trip? Am I wrong? Played back to the blue line to Riley. Riley into the corner now. Tavares works in front of the net. Got it off a stick to the line. There goes Samsonov to the bench. The Leafs with an extra man. Back to the point. A shot blocked. Cleared to the line. Not out. Swept to the near side, but it won't be cleared now. A diving play. Great play made there by Pavel Zacha. John Beecher to knock it out at center. Matthews to the line and in, gets it back again, kicks into the corner, swings it around for Domi on the far point. It'll get it even further back to the blue line. McCabe walks the line, now to Liljegren. Liljegren holding, back to the blue line again, a shot by McCabe, a rebound in front of the net, they bang away at it, and out of the penalty box, and icing the puck are the Bruins, and Marchand racing after it, got there to negate icing. 2:35 to go at the net, empty for Toronto. Bertuzzi for Robertson. Robertson to center. Backhands high into the corner in the Boston zone. Played on the reverse to the far side and cleared back at center ice. Pontus Holmberg is there. Holmberg off the wing. Couldn't get it into the zone. Now gives the puck away. And now here's the Bruins with an empty net. Trent Frederick makes it 5-1.
We had that Leaf power play, Joe. Not a shot for the Leafs. And for the Bruins, this one into the empty net. 5 goals on 23 shots. There, the Leafs 1 for 34 at the other end. Had some opportunities. You like the fact that they came out in the third period, were aggressive, and take penalties. They get the secondary scoring, but you need the primary scoring in this one. And you can even make the argument that the Bruins scoring tonight has been all secondary.
Yeah.
Although Jake DeBrusk, I think.
Yep. And that
might be
power play
considered.
clicks on 2 of the 5 times they had the man advantage. Minute 53 left to play in the third period. Dewar has it pinned up against the boards right in front of us down below. And the puck comes back to David Camp. Camp at the blue line, left wing side for Dewar. Dewar trying to work in, took a shot from a sharp angle that Swayman had no difficulty with. And now Boston will start out with it with Zacha getting to center and just lifting it down into the Toronto zone. A hit there by Benoit. And out comes Camp slowly to center ice. He's going to circle back and find his man Dewar in the neutral zone, and Dewar brings it back into the Toronto end.
By the way, the Leafs have to be careful here in the last minute. If you want to send a message or anything, it's going to lead to a suspension. That's one thing you can guarantee. If there's any kind of hit, it is going to be deemed suspicious.
At the blue line, kept in by Liljegren with less than a minute to go. Down into the corner. And as was the case last year, the Maple Leafs are going to lose Game 1 of this best of 7. Trent Frederick gets the empty net goal. And the final seconds ticking down here with 40 seconds to go in the third period. Holmberg gets back to knock the puck away, and the Bruins will regroup it at their own blue line. They'll step up at center and shoot it in. Around the boards, it'll go back of the net for Benoit. Up on the wing and brought out at center ice by Tavares. Tavares with a long shoot in over top of the Boston goal. Final 19 seconds ticking down. Domi intercepts, got a shot away, it was blocked, got another one, blockered away nicely by Swayman, shot out and down the ice, and the linesman will call an icing with 4.1 seconds left, and all that's going to do is give all of the Boston fans who are on their feet here at the Toronto Dominion Garden a chance to salute a Game 1 victory, which they did last year.
The Leafs lost the first game last year to Tampa, came back. But I think the concerning thing, to me, there's probably everybody outside of the diehard Leaf hopefuls said this is exactly the way you thought this game would go. Right? Big boys are quiet.
Shot by Benoit, blocked.
Specialty teams are -2 on the night. Give up an odd man rush in the first period. Give up multi-goals. I don't know what Morgan Geekie is going after. Anyway, like a multi-goal period.
He wanted the puck for something. I'm not sure. Someone's first playoff goal, probably John Beecher, who got his first playoff goal. It was a little late. That puck's gone somewhere before. Yeah. At any rate, maybe the Bruins have a little thing in their room about 16 wins, and so grab the puck from the last. Yeah. You know, you need 16 wins to win the Stanley Cup. Well, they have number 1 in the books, and they're full marks for it.
Well, they didn't get the puck, and Nazem Kadri could get suspended for it. But anyway, there were some positives to take out of it. But the loss is all the negatives you were afraid of reared their ugly head here in Boston in Game 1.
And I got to admit, I've had just enough of the Swayman-Olmark hug-a-thon that goes on at the end of the game.
Well, you know why you hate it?
Why?
Because they win so much. You see it all the time.
Much. Yeah, all right, fine. At any rate, we'll see if we can stop the hugging on Monday night when the Leafs are here for Game 2. We trust that you will join us. It's a little bit earlier. It'll be at 7 o'clock. Please check your local listings for what station we are on for Game 2.
By the way, for a crowd that has been chanting USA, USA, sit back and listen to great Canadian Stompin' Tom Connors sing the hockey song.
There we are.
While you exit the building.
Okay. Your list will ship it off to Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado with the postgame show. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
SiriusXM NFL Radio revs up live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit, starting April 25th.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select
Pick-by-pick coverage of every round, instant analysis from our experts, and interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
I want to be a legend. I want to have a golden jacket.
Hear the 2024 NFL Draft.
Winning a Super Bowl. That's what matters.
On NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Toronto, yeah, they don't have a face card. Like, they don't have an ace. Morgan's a jack. They have so many non-face cards that these guys are going to have to bullpen by committee. Because the real truth is this, they got a good forward group. But if you don't defend against Boston and Florida, you're not seeing Boston or Florida in round 2. That's the exam, and the test will be on this defense.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hey Toronto, I'm David Morsuti, host of the daily Toronto Maple Leafs podcast, Locked On Leafs, part of the Locked On Podcast Network on the Sirius XM app. Every weekday, we bring you the latest Leafs news and analysis, break down all the action, including this game you're listening to right now, and preview the next one. We're giving you everything a Leafs fan could want, all in a daily 30-minute podcast. Download Locked On Leafs right now on the Sirius XM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or where you get your podcasts. Search Locked On.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
On TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network, the Leafs live here.
And game one goes into the books 5-1 for Boston over the Leafs. The Bruins obviously have the 1-0 series lead. Welcome to the postgame show. Jim Taddy, Frankie Corrado, and back to the TD Boston Garden. Jimmy Ralph, kind enough to hang around. Ralphie, I thought you nailed it at the end of the broadcast. All things that concern Leaf fans, that frustrate those that cover the team, that describe a Maple Leaf loss, all of them were on display tonight, weren't they? Yeah, they... anywhere from giving up an odd man rush goal, which happened right after the Leafs came out with 2 or 3 really good shifts to start the game. Edmondson gets caught on the pinch. A 2-on-1 break to the fourth line of the Bruins opens the scoring. Then you worry about, the 4 games heading into the playoffs. The Leafs gave up 3 or more goals in a period in all 4 of those games. That happens again. Specialty teams. Leafs are -2 in the specialty teams. Goaltending. You don't hang it on the goaltender when you only score 1 goal, but those shots from rather long range above the dots or above the face-off circles, they're hard when you're having a tough time beating the guy at the other end in tight. To give up a couple of those is tough, whether they were screens or not. And the big boys don't show up in the score sheet, and for Austin Matthews. Those 2 games that finished the regular season, now it's a 3-game drought without a point.
Ralphie, how much of it is self-inflicted wounds that the Leafs themselves can rectify next game, and how much of it is the Boston Bruins are just a better team and the Leafs have to find a way to get through what they're doing?
Well, self-inflicted, absolutely, and I think what makes Boston better for the most part over the course of the regular season and game one into the playoffs is they don't give the game away. They make you earn everything that you get, and from a Leafs standpoint, I think the other thing too, Frankie, that you worried about coming into this, you're saying, okay, the Leafs have to be aggressive, they have to be more physical, but 5-2 in power plays by the time you get to the third period, that's not smart. You can argue some of the calls, some of the non-calls, but again, that was another fear. They're going to be more physical, but they're going to pay for it.
Yeah, to that point, I mean, you go back to that game against Florida that we did where they tried to out-scrum the Panthers and got burned in the second period. In this game, they almost tried to out-Bruin the Boston, and, I mean, that's what Boston does. I don't know that you can beat somebody at their own game. You can compete with it, but to try and sort of beat them at their own game, that's a little tough, isn't it?
Yeah, but, again, you've sometimes got to get a break from the officials. Jake McCabe gets called in an interference penalty, and I don't know what replays you saw there. I saw the altercation, but still didn't see where the interference penalty came from. And then saw another one, McAvoy on Pontus Holmberg in the third period, where he's pinning up against the boards, and you're going, wait a minute, the puck's 60 feet away, and you're still holding him, and there was no penalty. So, I mean, I'm not saying that was the game, but that's where the frustration comes in, where you're saying, who can get away with what at a particular time? And it's almost as if the officials are saying, we know you guys are going to come out and try to play tough, and we're watching. And well, I think that's what makes it difficult to play the Bruins game when you're being watched, at least in the first game. It seemed a little more closely.
Yeah, but Ralphie, I would say the issue with that is, Austin Matthews, it's a high sticking penalty. Everyone in the arena sees it. It's going to get called.
Oh, no. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, yes,
like
but
those
what I'm talking about,
ones. Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is you've got the third period where the Leafs have come out strong, and then the first time Boston gets into the offensive zone, Jake McCabe gets a penalty that you're still looking for. Yeah. You know what I mean? And Bertuzzi deserved the penalty. I didn't see the Domi slash, and like I said, this had nothing to do that it was the officials. But when you start to be more physical and pay for it, then what's your reaction? Is to not to be as aggressive or not to be as physical, and it's that fine balance that you've got to try to find.
And so the third period starts, and listening to your guys' call, you hear a lot of the same names: Camp, Reeves, Dewar. You hear guys like that. I didn't like. The top two lines, even though it is garbage time, there wasn't much going on there. Like I would be a little bit concerned with the reaction out of those guys heading into the third period, and like it seemed like the depth guys were the better players, and that's a huge issue if you're going to try and beat Boston, especially in the 5-on-5 game.
Yeah, but what I think makes it even worse, Frankie, is you pretty much neutralize Marchand and Pasternak as well.
Right.
that you kept there, so it was the and that's where you need your big boys to say, okay, you know what, we were able to neutralize to a certain extent. Pasternak and Marchand are two leading scorers, but they neutralized ours, so now we're down to the secondary scoring game. So you're right that you like the fact that the fourth line looked great right from the opening faceoff. But, eventually, I think Austin Matthews now in the postseason, 22 goals in 51 games. And obviously it's a lot tougher to score in the latter part of April than the regular season. But, they need him to be, a dominant force. And it'll be, even with Willie Nylander out of the lineup, you say top six, the Leafs should still have a little more offense in them, and Boston just played the Boston game, which was sit back, be responsible defensively, and wait for a gift the other way.
Looked to me on the TV set you're there that Boston was really much harder on the puck than the Leafs were. They were able to strip the Leafs a lot of times.
And that's where they're so good. That they're so aggressive in their positioning. Even on the penalty kill, they don't sit back in that passive box. I mean, they're challenging and they're forcing. The Leafs had trouble getting the zone, on their entries on the power play, and that's to me, Boston Bruin hockey, where it's the relentless pursuit of the puck and winning the one-on-one battles. I thought there were some things that you liked about the Leaf game that you could draw on, but I think there are some questions that need to be answered, and I think there's some changes that need to be made for Game 2.
It's always different to get a feel for the goaltenders when you're in the building. There's just something about it. When you see a puck come towards the net, you can almost get a feeling of how the goaltender, maybe how comfortable the goaltender is, how confident the goaltender is. Watching from afar tonight, Ralphie, I get the sense that Jeremy Swayman was really comfortable and really confident, and it felt like Ilya Samsonov maybe just wasn't quite on that level.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Even Swayman's going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem, and it seems like the Leafs get this every single year. Whether it's going to be Swayman this year, Bobrovsky last year, Vasilevsky the year before, Tuukka Rask. Like, just go through it, and it's like they've had this issue with the goaltender at some point.
Yeah, and I think, but at the other end, Frankie, I don't know if you remember in the second period, there was a stretch where Samsonov ended up down and out of the net.
Yep.
And I believe it was Marchand tried to feather it through to get the empty net goal, and it didn't go. And you think, oh my God, they just dodged a bullet. And then seconds later, Jake I believe it was Carlo, scores from the top of the right wing circle. Mm-hmm. Same spot for DeBrusk. So Swayman's solid at one end, and I know there's screens sometimes, and it's hard to pick up. But it feels like easy goals when teams score from the top of the circle or further out. It just seems like you're giving away easy opportunities, and it happens, but it happens twice in the second period. And for the Leafs now, 5 straight games, including the regular season, where they give up 3 or more goals in a single period, and that's disaster. I mean, if that doesn't get corrected, I don't think you can say the Leafs are going to win a lot of 6-5, 7-6 games over Boston in the playoffs.
You want another quick stat? Jimmy, I know you're going to jump in here in a sec, but I'll give you a quick stat. 6 games in a row now, 6 playoff games in a row where the Leafs have managed to score 2 goals or less. That's another concerning trend for this team.
Yeah, and even, and it's funny because Boston coming in, I think they were 1-3, but only scored 2 goals in the 3 games they lost. But they get the secondary scoring. But you're right, Frankie. That's where it comes down to your big boys, and they've eventually got to click and they've got to dominate. And they get another whack at it. You remember things did not go well in Game 1 against Tampa last year, and they were able to find it. And they've got to do the same thing in Game 2. I'm certainly being in the building. You don't look at it and say, "Boy, Boston's unbeatable." They got better goaltending, and they were +2 on specialty teams in a game that was 4-1, pretty much before the empty netter, and to even that out. And the Leafs, what were the final shots? 36-24. So I think, like I said, there were some positives, but they've got to find a way to solve the Boston goaltending.
I think you'd sum up the Bruins by saying they took advantage of situations. I was going to ask you about the third line, but you zeroed in on the big guys. If you had to make 2 roster changes for Game 2, what would they be, Ralphie?
Well, I mean, hopefully you get Willie Nylander back, who has arguably been over the last 2 or 3 years their best playoff performer. So that would be an easy one to make. And I'd really think about possibly making a goaltending change for Game 2. And, I was a little surprised down the stretch when Joseph Woll came back. Very quickly got 2 games against Boston. And then basically it seemed the decision was made that the other guy is going to play more. And Samsonov, it was as if they were saying he's number 1 and that's it. And that was one of the concerns I had down the stretch, was that Joseph Woll didn't play enough to get into a rhythm or get back, and yet he was a guy that you loved watching him go in last year, and I still believe that there's something about him and his future that he can come up big in big moments.
Well, we talked about it before the game. Like, it would be silly to think that the Leafs, of all teams, are going to roll one goaltender throughout the playoffs. Like, it just isn't going to happen. And you go through all the teams that have won Stanley Cups recently, outside of the Tampa Bay Lightning, they have all had to platoon multiple goaltenders in order to get to that point. And, one of the things throughout the course of the series, throughout the course of any given game, that's going to give the goaltender a better opportunity to play well is having a decent penalty kill. And I understand the goaltender oftentimes needs to be your best penalty killer, all that kind of stuff. But, I mean, that's something that, they give up 2 tonight on the PK. If Boston has figured that out, that's going to be very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, and let's not forget on the power plays, they didn't score in the first period. They hit the post twice. Now, the Leafs had some posts as well. But, this game easily could have been, 3-0, 4-0 Boston after the first if it wasn't for the goalposts. And going back to the goaltending, you don't have to look very far back to see how the teams need 2 goaltenders. Sergei Bobrovsky did not start a game until Game 4 against Boston in the first round last year, and he was their Conn Smythe candidate going into the finals. The year Washington won, Braden Holtby didn't play till Game 3 and led the Capitals to the Stanley Cup. So there are a lot of instances where the guys are, even here in Boston, Jeremy Swayman got his first start in Game 7. So there's certainly a history of saying sometimes a goaltending change can do wonders for the team's momentum and everything else. And that's why I think you've got to have 2 guys ready. And because I say my preference would be Joseph Wall in Game 2, that doesn't mean that Ilya Samsonov is out of the mix. I just think this time of year, you've got to find the guy that can get hot at the right time.
Ralphie, thanks for hanging around. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, boys.
That's Jimmy Ralph reporting to us from the TD Boston Garden. Boston wins 5-1, has a 1-0 series lead, obviously, because, Guy, it's Game 1. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Ron is a teacher helping bright minds, but this time he needed help. Alpine Credit sent a cosmic superhero with a debt consolidation loan. She conjured a magic book, Debt Consolidation 101. Lesson 1, consolidate debt into one low monthly payment. Lesson 2, nothing. It's a short book. Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
We all have the power to shape the world. We're connected to the world we share, to each other. I am future. I wait in the world of Echo.
Discover the extraordinary with Echo, the spectacular new show by Cirque du Soleil. Opens May 8th under the Big Top at Toronto Lakeshore Boulevard West. Tickets at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
The world is yours to create.
Echo thanks its presenting partner Sun Life and its official partners Air Canada and MasterCard.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat with the delicious taste you've come to expect from Schneider's. Now with 25% less sodium than regular deli meats. They're crafted in Canada using only Schneider's premium cuts of meat, and they're an excellent source of protein. Try all 5 new deli meats, including smoked Black Forest ham and herb turkey from Schneider's. Trusted by Canadians for over 130 years. Brand power helping you buy better.
Leafs Game Night. Boston wins at 5-1. Leafs with the 1 goal comes in the 4th line. So generating offense, what can be done? Mitch Marner on that.
Not as many turnovers through the neutral zone. We got to be more direct. Thought we started doing a better job of that in the 3rd period. A little bit throughout the 1st as well, but 2nd we kind of got away from that. And, just from that point on, it's just trying to find low to highs or, even stuffs or throw-ins from the side of the nets and just try to get bodies there and, try to generate a little more from that.
What did you see on the power play tonight in terms of just process? How was it going?
Yeah, I think we had a couple good looks on that 4-3. Had a couple good looks by the pad. Unfortunately, one just didn't drop. But, obviously playoffs is a special teams kind of thing. Can really win you series. So I'm sure tonight we're going to talk about it. Tomorrow we're going to look at it and see what we can do better and see what we can fix and go forward. It's going to be a game breaker, so we got to make sure we get it locked in.
How much did you miss Willie?
Obviously he's one hell of a talent, does a lot of things for us out there, even strength power play wise. So he creates a lot of offense as well with his skill and speed through the neutral zone and really just from picking up pucks in the D zone. So just like we've talked about all year, man, we've had some really big names go out and we've had a lot of guys step up. Fortunately tonight wasn't one of those nights, but we get to regroup tonight, recover tomorrow. See what we can do better and get ready for Game 2.
How would you describe the atmosphere tonight? What's it like when the crowd gets going like that?
We've been here a lot, so you just got to I don't know if it's battle through it or anything, but, just we know it's always going to be a loud building in here. It's the same when they come to our building. So passionate fans on both sides. Like I said, it's we need to do a better job in the first there of just really limiting that rush chance, really letting their fans kind of get into it and get going.
What's the key on the penalty kill, tightening up a bit?
Well, I thought we did a good job in the first there. And then, I think, you do kind of get a little sense of what the penalty kill is going to do when you get more than 3 or 4. So, like I talked about, we got to stay out of the box. It's a highly skilled team over there with 2 good power plays that can make plays and really generate a lot of momentum for their team and possibly score. So I thought we did a good job throughout the first period there. Second, I thought we had a couple good clears and stuff like that. And then, just one little mistake or one little error, it's back in their net. So, we'll look at all those special team things tomorrow, I'm sure, and, try to clean it up and, like I said, be better for game 2.
Thank you.
Jimmy, the one little error that ends up in the back of their net, the problem with that is it's not just one little error. It's one little error 4 or 5 times throughout the game that ends up in the back of your net. So it's not exactly just one thing. And when talking with Ralphie after the game, he's very right about the fact that it's not just one thing you're going to be able to point to after this game and say, if we pinpoint that and we rectify that, we will win the next game. It's a bunch of different things. It's being undisciplined, taking stick penalties. It's having a bad penalty kill. It's a goaltender that doesn't make saves at the right times for you. It's the star players who don't seem like they're overly involved in the game in the offensive zone. Like, all those things are big things, and that leads you to the loss that the Leafs had tonight, a 5-1 loss in game 1. So it's not, you don't want to panic in that situation, but there's a lot that didn't go well for the Leafs tonight. It's not just one thing, and it wasn't just one mistake.
Well, the margins are slim. I mean, you can go down 2-0. A lot of teams come back from that. It's not something you aspire to do. I would suggest to you that somebody makes a list of everything that contributed to Boston's goals and chances, and then you look at that. This is what I used to call it punch, counterpunch, but now I'm going to call it altering the equation. You've got this list of things where you contributed to your own demise. Get rid of it. Make sure none of it happens the next game, and you should win. Not a guarantee, and that's a tall order.
Jimmy, don't lie to me. Did you come up with that all by yourself? Is that original material right there? Come on.
Tatman only goes original material. Alter the equation is the new analysis.
I was just going to ask, can you give it to me one more time? So it's alter the equation.
Yeah, so the simple thing is, when you're not scoring, got to get more pucks in the net. Of course, because you're not getting the shots, so you're not scoring. So in this particular case, all those things that you did that contributed not only to the goals, but to Boston's scoring chances, delete them all. Don't just totally wreck that equation so they can't participate in your demise. I mean, really what you're doing is shooting yourself in the foot here.
That's been the issue for the Leafs when they play the Bruins all season long, probably even going back into last season. But I like how you mentioned the term punch, counter punch, because it felt like tonight, this is going to go to your point here, the punch to the Leafs was inflicted by the Leafs, and then the counter punch was the right hook by the Bruins. And that's really what it felt like. Toronto would do something that would open the door for the Bruins. The Bruins would jam that door wide open with their foot and say, we're coming on through. And whether it was the bad penalties that led to the 2 power play goals by Jake DeBrusk, whether it was the bad decision by Ryan Reeves to engage in a battle that Joel Edmondson was already engaged in the first period that led to Beecher opening the scoring, like, these types of things seem to happen a lot throughout the course of the night. And then here's the thing. You enter a third period where it's 4-0, it's garbage time. Boston gets to put it in cruise control in that situation. They just get to play shift by shift, kill the clock, and go into game 2. And you know what Toronto's doing? Toronto's searching for answers. And 20 minutes to try and find some answers is not exactly the best recipe, but it's the only recipe for Toronto. Like, that's the predicament they're in. So, yes, they have a third period where they get a goal and some of the depth players play well and referee misses some calls along the way. Samsonov made some saves. It doesn't mean a whole lot if you don't come out in game 2 and have the correct response. And the correct response is going to have to be, like you said, altering the equation on a bunch of different things, not just one thing that you can pinpoint and say, that's the reason why the Leafs lost this game.
Oh, it goes right through the lineup, too. Quite frankly, this game wasn't any different than March 4th and March 7th. Boston wins both 4-1. This was eerily similar, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? I would say there's no excuse for it. Like the Toronto on paper and Boston on paper should be a very even matchup. And when it's a very even matchup, like Toronto should be able to carry the play. And I know if you look into the, if you take a peek under the hood of this game and you looked into the analytics and you saw the expected goals and the slot shots and all that kind of stuff, you'd say, wow, Toronto actually had a pretty good game. You're fooling yourself if you believe that and you watch the game, because too many times Toronto tonight was making plays that they shouldn't have made with the puck. They were taking bad penalties. They were playing on the outside of the ice. And it is a bit of a shame, as Ralphie mentioned, that Pasternak and Marchand don't really factor into the game, but neither do Matthews, Marner, Tavares. Go through the list. There's a bunch of guys that don't really factor into this game for Toronto, and so that's an issue for them. Another thing, Jimmy, the third line. Like, they don't have William Nylander. Calle Jarnkrok comes back into the lineup. That third line was a mess tonight. Like, they were a mess in their own zone. They lost battle after battle. They put their defensemen in bad spots constantly tonight. Like, I'd be surprised if that third line was as constructed going into game 2. And if it is, they owe their coach a much better effort than what they put forth tonight.
Well, look, for Jarnkrok to step in after all the injury time he's lost over the last half of the season and be up to playoff speed, that's a big ask.
It is a big ask, and he's on the power play. Why is he on the first power play unit? This is a guy who's not really on the first power play unit ever. And so, yeah, you want to have a right-handed shot because Nylander's out of the lineup. You could probably find a left-handed shot who can give you a little more than what he can give you on the power play. And that's just not his game. And it never will be. And he's also coming back from injury. So that was a bit of a, I would call it an oversight, if you want to call it that. Overcoaching, galaxy brain, whatever you want to call it. And the other thing is, Austin Matthews needs to find a way to get away from, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Jimmy, Charlie Coyle. Like, Charlie Coyle is a good, he's a good NHL player for sure. Is he Anze Kopitar? No. Is he Alex Barkov? Absolutely not. But like this is the thing now. Like, he needs to find a way to win his matchup in spades. Like, it needs to be Charlie Coyle is going into the locker room saying, I can't handle Austin Matthews. The same way that people will say about Barkov and Kopitar, can't handle those guys. Can't handle them tonight. But no one seems to say that after playing Matthews in the playoffs. And Bertuzzi and Domi, of course, need to be a factor into that. Like, he can't do it on his own. I didn't think he had a lot of help. Bertuzzi seemed like he was like a little bit of a step behind. He took some penalties. Domi took some penalties. Like, that line could never really get going. It didn't have the kind of cohesion that it has had recently. But that's the conversation that needs to be had after the game, where Charlie Coyle is saying, Matthews was a beast tonight, and I had no answer for him.
Okay, let's talk about lineup changes next. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
They are among the greatest to ever play their sports.
Caitlin Clark is the all-time scoring leader.
They are legends and icons.
Larry Bird hit the shot with no second thought. I don't know how he did it.
And you can hear them right now on the all-new Sirius XM app.
We are here with Iowa superstar Caitlin Clark.
I'm so focused on winning. It's never anything I ever take for granted.
Here comes Larry Bird, the Hall of Famer, and he just won Legend of the Year.
Legend of the Year, isn't that something? For access to the game's greats, rely on the leader in sports audio. Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The Points with Boomer Gordon.
Andrew Burnett is your Jack Adams winner. 70 points in 52 games. You project that over 82, Jake. That's an 111-point pace. So they've gone head-to-head with the big boys of the West all year. Andrew Burnett inherited a new GM in Barry Trotz and a sinking payroll. And he's got this team playing as well as any team in the NHL.
Points with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Andrew Burnett, head coach of the Nashville Predators. I think Roman Josi gets underrated nowadays.
I think maybe the consistency that he does it every year, you take it for granted a little bit. I mean, he's done everything in this game. His ability to raise his game is very unique. I've been around some really good, great defensemen. He's right up there with them, and he does get overlooked.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stella. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Leafs game night. Boston wins game 1 5-1. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado with you. Here's Coach Keefe on the difference between the two teams tonight.
Well, I think, there's little things inside the game that make the difference, that give them the edge. Obviously, they got a huge save early in the game at 0-0, right? And then shortly thereafter, we make a mistake, give up a 2-on-1. So that's the type of chance that we didn't get through the game. And then our start of the second period, we had a couple chances, really good chances, some of our best chances in the game. Matthews, Yarncroc, a chance to even the score, and don't do that, and then turn one over on the breakout, and ends up, long shift, ends up in our net, and the penalties piled up, which allowed them to pull away in the game. So those are just little things inside the game. I don't, that's what makes the difference. And at this time of year, you can't make those mistakes. Usually the teams that does ends up on the wrong side of the game. Outside of those mistakes, the flow of the game, everything, we're right there. We have our chances, and we don't make good on them. But just too many mistakes, little mistakes like that 2-on-1, the penalties, careless with our stick, that kind of stuff is not good enough.
Sheldon, how do you think the group handled the emotion of the game, the moment?
Well, like I said, the careless penalties, Domi's penalty obviously is the one that's I would call an undisciplined penalty. I understand what he's trying to do, but cross the line there and can't do that. But then just the high sticks and that kind of stuff, that's just careless stuff that I don't know if that has anything to do with the emotion or anything like that. In terms of the emotion of the game, the competitiveness, the physicality, we had no issue with our game on that end of it.
Sheldon, obviously the power play didn't get a goal, but I'm just wondering what you saw from a process standpoint.
Yeah, it was not good. It was not good. It was really slow, disconnected, not good enough.
Sheldon, when it comes to being more disciplined and taking fewer penalties, penalties happen in the moment. How do you curtail those moments?
Well, like I said, to me, you got one penalty. The Domi penalty is the one that's, that's undisciplined in nature. The others, I think we had two high sticks. That's just carelessness that this time of the year, you just got to be dialed in. Your stick, you can't allow your stick to get up like that. Sometimes it's going to happen, but it happened too much tonight. Even the other one, the Benoit penalty, sticks a little careless there for me early in the game there.
Yeah, Jimmy. I mean, there's a lot going on there. I thought Sheldon Keefe's comments about the power play were quite something. That would be a huge issue, especially because the Boston Bruins get 2 goals on the power play, and that's a difference maker for them. He was adamant that the power play was a huge issue for his team, and he just talks about how he didn't mind the physicality. No issue there with the physicality of his own team. That's great. You just can't cross the line. You still have to be smart, and that's one of those things where the Bruins, they've played that game for a long time. That is well within their wheelhouse, and that's something that the Leafs have really tried to bring to the forefront as far as how their game has developed this season, and they'll have to toe the line a little bit better, especially because the Bruins power play feasted on the Leafs penalty kill tonight.
Well, I like what he said because it's something I was going to bring up anyway, and it's called situation in the game. So that first goal, if you go to all those hits along the boards that creates the 2-on-1, you would never do that in a scoreless game. You might do it if you were up 5-1 in a playoff game, but it's just not a good play. The Benoit penalty, the Domi penalty that he's talking about, given the game situation, not a good thing to do. I mean, you're opening the door for the other team.
Well, it's just, that's exactly it. It's just trying to do too much. You know how many times players or coaches have gone on to their post-game media availability and said, we tried to do too much tonight. Like, that is the definition of it. Even Austin Matthews takes an offensive zone high-sticking penalty. Like, that's not helping things. So whether it's accidental or not, those types of things are the sort of non-negotiables, Jimmy, that can't happen at this point in the season. It's of the utmost importance, and that's a game where, anytime it may have felt like the Leafs were starting to find their legs, starting to play with the puck a little bit more, building a little momentum, they did something that took them out of that space and gave the Boston Bruins another sign of life, and that happens 5 times throughout the course of the night as the Bruins score 5 goals en route to a 5-1 victory.
Okay, a couple of minutes left. So, obviously we're going to change the third line, you and I. I just don't see that being functional. Who else would you move around or maybe add to the lineup that maybe was missed tonight?
How long do you feel like going without having Matthews and Marner playing together? Because the second line, I thought the second line with Tavares and Marner was a complete no-show tonight. Like at 5-on-5, there was nothing going on there for those two. I couldn't tell you one, significant moment in the game where it felt like that line was really coming on strong, or there was a really good opportunity at 5-on-5, and the power play was terrible as well. That's besides the point. But if you have that kind of trump card of Matthews and Marner, and it can work so well, I'm not sure how long you're going to wait to put that together. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get Matthews and Marner sooner rather than later. I also wouldn't be surprised if Sheldon Keefe thinks, like, this is the right configuration for our group. You guys get out there and figure it out for yourselves. But I would be more willing after a game like that, where the offense was really difficult to come by, to kind of load up Matthews and Marner together and say, like, you guys are going to have to do it together, especially with Nylander out of the lineup. But I guess that's part of the reason why you would struggle to put them together, because you don't have that Nylander on the second line to really kind of win a matchup. And now, it just makes your second line a little more vulnerable in the meantime.
Well, I could be talked into dropping Domi down to Tavares and moving Marner up. That makes sense. What about the blue line?
Yeah, the blue line's going to be interesting. Like, Timothy Liljegren, for me, didn't have a strong night. There were often times where it felt like the forwards were putting them in bad spots, but that would be the only one where you'd look at it and say, okay, does TJ Brody come in? Like, can he give us a little more consistency, a little more fluidity to his game, even though he's going to be playing on the right side? I wouldn't be surprised, but I think Sheldon would be more inclined to keep Liljegren in the lineup for at least one more game before making the move to bring in TJ Brody.
Frankie C., thanks very much. Nice to work with you, and we'll do it again Wednesday night live from Scotiabank Arena.
Jimmy, can't wait. We'll see you down there.
Yeah, you get the pizza. Okay, this is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Metrics are better than Boston's, but I think Toronto has the ability to do that, to get to the goaltender. They don't have to get through the defense and then deal with the goaltender. They just have to deal with the goaltender, and I think they're good enough to do it.
I won't disagree with ability and talent. It's more about the will to go with the skill. The harder measurable of saying, do the Leafs have good players? Yes, they do. Did Boston lose at least 2 good players? Yes. Did it really hurt them? Well, they could have won the division. They finished second. Is Boston's goaltending better? Yes. Is their 6-man defense better? Yes.
But not by the metrics, it isn't. They've been worse than Toronto.
Hang on. One of the biggest things you said earlier in this year was the Leafs' porous defense. They've got 9 defensemen for 6 spots.
Not better than the Toronto Maple Leafs by defensive metrics. Inner slot shots, high danger chances, slot shots, cycle chances, forecheck chances, all against. Toronto's better than Boston.
This is against the rest of the league. When they get together head-to-head, it's been a domination this year and in previous years. I'm not going back to even 2018, 2019, 2013. Different teams, different players. Don't the Leafs have a Boston phobia that they will have to overcome?
Not any longer.
That was Craig Button and Steve Koulias discussing the Boston Bruins and Toronto Maple Leafs matchup in the playoffs on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211, XM 219, and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
The Buffalo Sabres have fired head coach Don Granato, and stopping by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick is NHL analyst Mike Johnson to break down and react to the news.
I mean, I guess, he's been there a while. When a team underachieves, the easiest and most obvious decision is to change the coach, because the guy making that decision, if it's not the coach, it's probably going to be him, right? So Kevin Adams has that element of, well, we got to make a change. I'm not going to change myself. So, we make a change in the coaching staff. Now, you look at where the Buffalo Sabres are, and I know it's a bit of a late season surge, but 84 points, it's not like they're not 64 points. They're above 500. What's amazing, though, is you would think that the Buffalo Sabres, Gord, if I were just to ask you, where's Buffalo in goals against this year? What would you say off the top of your head?
I
would have said 22nd.
Okay, I would. I'd say I was going to say about 20th.
So right now they're 11th. So you're right, and it took them 50 games to find UPL as the guy maybe to be going forward. It wasn't going to be Comrie, it wasn't going to be Devin Levi just yet, but UPL was a pretty good option. You sort of look at their underlying numbers, like their shot shares, they're middle of the pack, and their expected goal rates, they're sort of middle of the pack. They're just, they're not a great team, but I guess what I'm saying is I thought they were doing worse than they were. And maybe some of that is found money, fool's gold at the end of the season. I can have that conversation, but I guess they're better sort of not just in the standings where they're not where they want to be, but they're sort of better systemically than I thought. Like they're more sustainable. They weren't at the bottom of the league. They're sort of middle of the pack, and that's kind of what they are as a team, middle of the pack. Now, that idea that they don't play the right way, to quote Henrik Lundqvist, and I think that is something that has plagued Buffalo, Ottawa, some of these young teams that have so much offensive talent that have achieved great offensive success, but not great team success. I think trying to get the players out of that we play to go score mindset and more into we play to win. And I'm not suggesting for a second they're not trying to win. Of course they are, but just, they've been catered to and encouraged to be offensive players. And maybe sometimes at the expense of the defensive side of the game or good puck decisions or whatever it might be, situational awareness, because they're always just chasing more offense. And I think that's what Henrik Lundqvist was talking about. Just recognizing score, time, place, opposition, opponent, who's on the ice, all that stuff. That's part of being a good team. And it's not just one player. It's sort of a team-wide mentality. And the Sabres at times, and they're not alone. I put the Ottawa Senators in there as a team that also does the same thing. They don't always make the right decisions, or they make the wrong ones too often. And I think that's the one sort of indictment of the coach, I guess. If you want to say, what could Kevin Adams have expected Don Granato to do differently? And I think he could have expected or hoped that Don Granato would have been more successful in transitioning this very offensive-minded team from last year to a more balanced-minded team this year.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211 XM 219 and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211 XM 219 and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211 XM 219 and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, April the 20th. 5 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes take on the New York Islanders. Hurricanes on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 925. Islanders on Internet 938. 8 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Bruins on Sirius 211 XM 219 and Internet 922. Maple Leafs on Internet 947. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 91.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
The World Hockey Championships are underway, and Executive Director of the Professional Women's Hockey League Players Association and former President of Hockey Operations of the Pittsburgh Penguins, Brian Burke, joined Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to give his impression on them, as well as touch upon inclusion across the NHL.
First off, your impressions of the World Hockey Championship so far. Canada taking care of business, beating Sweden last night 5-1. The U.S. all over Japan. So we're getting towards, I guess, ultimately, Berkey, what we expected to see. Still some hurdles to clear here, but it looks like U.S. versus Canada once again.
Yeah, and this is something we have to improve upon. We've got to get more competition in this tournament. It's basically a two-horse